Welcome everybody to the July Snake Squad tournament. I am one of your commentators, Krazoo, and I'm joined by my fellow co-hosts, Wind and Nitro.
Hello.
Hello. So for this tournament, our hosts are Sleepy and Kiddo, and both Sleepy both set up this entire tournament, and Kiddo's the one streaming it as well. Also, thank you to both of them. As I wish y'all could see, you could see the mech and the violinist. But today is the semifinals. There are 16s going to be playing today. Lucky Guy OP. We tried Wyvern, Terrashock Collectors, and the Suits.
Yeah, all right. So today there will be 3 brackets. There's going to be 10-minute breaks in between. 2 teams are going to play each other in each bracket, and the points will be awarded just like in Koa. So 1 point per escape or kill, and 5 for a 4-man escape or 4-man kill. Whichever of the 2 teams in the bracket gets the most points is going to advance on to the finals. And to start, it will be Lucky Guy OP versus We Tried. And you can see the bracket on the screen.
It's like I say, we get on to starting games. So we'll Wynn's gonna fade into the background.
Yeah.
We'll miss you. We'll miss you, Wynn.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
I can't mute.
So can we give props to the banners? These banners look quite nice. Thank you, Sleepy. I know. Sleepy needs to move out of the custom for Wynn. So
I think she needs to invite them first. So.
Okay. So where is I need to pull up the Lucky Guy OP stuff.
Yeah. Let's pull this up.
So I believe it is going to be Lucky Guy being Survivor first, correct? And then We Tried is going to be their Hunter.
Actually, I think it's the other way around. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
We'll see.
We'll see what's going on entirely. But let's go over a retried real quick on who's on that team overall. So over there, we have Lagia, Citrus Laven, Natsei, Epsilon, and then Coyote and Pip as their survivors. They'll probably switch out some survivors in B later on in tournament. And then as their hunter, they have Citrus and Min.
Mm-hmm. And then for Lucky Guy OP, we have Luna, and then for their hunter, as well as, let me pull this up. You know what? Just you continue with saying the things.
The other hunter for Lucky Guy OP would be OXO.
Yeah.
Oh, and so depending on who's playing first, we could see quite a lot of variety out of all these teams going through them. A lot of them have many different mains and secondaries that we could see a lot of.
Yeah. A lot of them play meta characters as well as alternate, not so meta characters. So let's see what they're going to be choosing for the first round.
So it looks like Luna is going to be our hunter for Lucky Guy OP, who mains Bloody Queen and secondaries Dream Witch, and she has a C badge for both characters. And then we tried survivors.
Yep. And then pull that up. Okay. I'm sorry, I did not realize. I needed like 2 extra documents to pull up. Don't you guys worry about this. I'm a professional. Okay, I'm a professional.
It's just like on our end, we have like each have like 20 documents pulled up on the side.
But yeah, we're just waiting to get everybody in, and then we'll be starting in a second, everybody.
Okay. We're starting up on bands as well. We're setting up bands.
Yeah, so for the...
Yeah, go. Sorry.
Okay, you're fine. For the first round, it's only going to be 1 survivor ban, so... we're not going to see any hunter bans, unfortunately, for you survivor mains out there, you know. So we'll be seeing... if they ready up anytime, who the first survivor ban will be.
But for we tried, their survivors are Legia, Epsilon, Natsei, and Citrus. Legia meaning mercenary, first officer, and gravekeeper. Epsilon, prisoner, gravekeeper, mercenary, and perfumer. Natsei, mercenary, perfumer, and priestess. And then Citrus with enchantress and first officer. Yep. So we see a lot of them meaning rescuers or off rescues in general.
Yeah, which is a pretty good comp. Right now, the meta is 2 or more rescue characters. The more rescue characters, the better, because the meta isn't really about Cypher Rush anymore. It's more about stalling as much time as you can and then getting Cyphers done afterwards.
But as well as, like, we might also see 1 rescuer and then maybe 3 off rescues or 2 off rescues just to balance it out a little bit, say if there's a mercenary ban or something like that.
Yeah.
So we are going to be seeing a Seer ban from Luna, which is the most prominent, especially both her mains are very hard countered by Seer and hurt by him, him in general.
So to recap that, yeah, Luna does play mostly Bloody Queen and Dream Witch, which can be countered by Seers, is what Nitro is talking about.
And then we might be seeing here a priestess, an enchantress, a gravekeeper, and a mercenary with it on Lakeside Village.
Yeah, one of the 2 bigger maps in the game. So yeah.
And so this map is kind of survivor sided because of how big it is and how hard it is for hunters to put pressure onto survivors and just slow down the cypher progress just by doing that. Especially with a lot of decent kiting areas that could be even more powerful with priestess in the game, and then enchantress stuns. Enchantress stuns.
So looks like indeed priestess will be one of the survivors. Priestess will be survivors playing prisoner. Will be playing survivors, and then Citrus is going to be playing enchantress.
Ooh, it's like Luna switched to Wu Chang a little bit. I was like, we were gonna see a
wild Wu Chang. I'm interested.
Like, it's not a terrible choice, especially with Seer being banned. Wu Chang can kind of do some work if they really did want to go Wu Chang.
Yeah.
They might just stick with their main hunter, Blood Queen.
So it is indeed the first round. So we'll see if they're going to try to use one of their mains to try to get secure points this first round, or play an off character in hopes that they decide to ban one of their off characters that Luna plays.
Mm-hmm. That could also be an option here. Throw them off their mains.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like we are going to be seeing the lucky I said lucky queen, the bloody queen.
Lucky queen.
In my opinion, she's honestly the strongest character in the game.
Yeah.
Her mirror very much is extremely strong, even used extremely well, extremely good again with a good user. It can be very devastating for the survivors to be caught out early.
Yep. So, it looks like the Bloody Queen might be running into the Mercenary first, which is not ideal for her, considering you don't really want to chase rescue characters early on.
Unless she's gonna try and get like a quick hit and then move on. But it doesn't seem that she's going to be doing that.
No.
Now, her other option was Big Boat, but Bloody Queen is not as good on Big Boat like as most hunters, and plus Enchantress was there, which was even worse for her.
Yeah. So instead, she'll be running into the Prisoner, who I think has gotten his stun already. I don't know yet, you know.
I believe he has. He did start off with that connection early, so he should have his stun.
So we're seeing that the Bloody Queen is trying to get this hit using her mirror image, and this is a decent, really kiting area for survivors, especially since there's like about 3 pallets over here, well 4 counting the ones on the side, and a lot of windows to get speed boosts.
It looks like Epsilon is gonna go down here. Now, Epsilon actually very much could have, if he did end up avoiding that hit, he very much could have gotten his stun back really quickly and lasted even longer.
Yeah.
Hurting Bloody Queen even more. Now, survivors are a little behind on ciphers, with Priestess having to move over to center as Prisoner was over at Small Bow. And
Merc has a wanted order on him, so the Bloody Queen does know where he's coming from and that he's going to be the one that's saving. So she's trying to pressure him and getting a hit off before he's able to make it to the chair.
Now, he was able to avoid the hits from both mirror and main bodies, so he didn't get hit early when he was able to get the save off without getting a double hit too early into the game.
So now Prisoner is trying to kite a little bit longer and at least buy time for Cypher Rush, and he does get the pallet stun here, able to buy him time to transition to a better location.
But Bloody Queen does have a mirror up.
Yeah. So, goodbye. Oh, the hit through the window. Sad times for survivors, not being able to get distance away from the window, so hunters aren't able to do that little trick.
Now, Mercenary is stuck nearby in the corner of Cypher, and Priestess might go for save, but they might also sell just to prioritize decoding.
Yeah.
Priestess does have wanted order.
Yeah, but we do got to mention that this is a tournament, so it's about getting points. So possibly selling a person so that you can force Cypher Rush rather than saving a tie tournament, for instance, might be the play, so that you can ensure that you're getting at least 2 points.
And it looks like Priestess isn't going to be able to get the save off. She got cut off early with the mirror, so she's just going to go ahead and leave Prisoner and focus back on the coding.
And it looks like the Bloody Queen knows where she's going, so she's gonna probably break the portal and then try to chase after the direction she knows the portal other side is at.
He does teleport onto Mercenary Cypher, but he does still have 2 level pads to make some distance.
Interesting. Very interesting.
It seemed that his elbow pad got screwed up on the second one, so he wasn't able to get as far away as he wanted to against the mirror.
Yeah. She looks like she's gonna leave the Merc, knowing that because of his trait Shell Shock, he takes longer to heal up, and also he can't save again. So she's gonna try to go after other people.
Now she was about to cast the Priestess out, but she was able to get the super portal off and teleport to Enchantress. And they are at one cipher left, with about 3 ciphers worked on around 50%.
So Enchantress is doing a really good job here by dodging the mirror hit and transitioning to this location, knowing it's a good kiting area. But the Bloody Queen is also smart in the way that she decided to leave the Enchantress, knowing that there's all these pallets up and it's a good kiting area, and it'll give Enchantress stacks if she does get chased.
Now, she is going to go after the Priestess, which, in my opinion, isn't the smartest choice, as she should at least realize that Mercenary's out of oval pads at the moment, as he did use 2 for the first rescue and two to make some distance earlier. Now, Priestess might be able to buy some time for the Cypher to get primed and then teleport onto the Cypher instead.
Yep. So Bloody Queen has been watching the ciphers and seeing the progress and how much ciphers are shaking. Knowing there's 1 cipher left, she has to pretty much try to puppy guard these ciphers, and so that people aren't decoding.
But survivors are doing a good job of pressuring multiple ciphers at once to make it harder on Bloody Queen. But they are in a 3 cipher situation because they do have all the ciphers in one line. One being at Corn, one being at Small Boat, and then the one being at Small Boat Corner.
So she does land a hit on Mercenary, but the cipher was primed, so it's popped, and now she has to choose either she's going to chase after Merc or someone else to try to secure at least 1 more point for her team.
Or try and go for as many points as possible.
Yeah.
Try and quickly down Merc and then move on.
Yeah, especially knowing he has the Shell Shock, so if she downs him, he'll take a while to get back up, and she can go to the other gates to try to check them.
It looks like the gate is open. Corn, so Enchantress and Priestess are out, and Mercenary is going to go down here, and it's going to be a 2-point game for both Hunter and Survivor.
Yeah, so that is 2 points for Retried and 2 points for Lucky Guy OP.
So, in that situation, Mercenary did a good job by completely going to a good kiting area in Big Boat and just going the entirely opposite way of Enchantress and Priestess, allowed them to open the door, and if Bloody Queen did try and go towards them, her mirror wasn't going to give her enough distance to catch up.
And the Bloody Queen did a good job, and her wanted orders paid off, and they targeted both the rescuers and was able to at least get that 1 point with a prisoner secured, because she was able to see Priestess and pretty much push her away from saving. And then she got struggled a little bit towards the end. I mean, there was 3 ciphers in a row. However, it's hard to manage all of those at once, but was able to get the Mercenary down in the end, so she was able to score 2 points for her team.
Now, it's a good thing that they were able to get a tie off too, as they were very much in a tough situation with Prisoner going down somewhat early on, when they've got 1 cipher about to be finished and 2 ciphers around 50%, because Priestess had to move off of cipher and Mercenary got kicked off his first little bit as well. So they did the best they could, and they got the most points they could have. If Mercenary got lucky of finding Dungeon, they very much could have had 3 points as well for Survivors.
Okay, this one up. So for the Survivors, for this round, we're switching sides. Lucky Guy OP will be survivoring, and then Retried will be huntering. So we will have men I think will be the Hunter this time around, and they main Ripper and Dream Witch, while they also play Wu Chang and Geisha and have badges with Dream Witch and Ripper and Axe Boy. So they're pretty versatile. Hunter.
Which is a good thing to do in tournaments, is to be quite versatile in what you can use. Now, for survivors as Lucky Guy OP, we've got Tulanix, Ivory, Luna, and OXO. Oh, Tulanix is a forward main and secondary postman. I see that postman. I see that badge. I see it. We have Ivory maining Mercenary and Seer, Luna with Mechanic and Priestess, and then OXO as Enchantress, Gravekeeper, and Perfumer.
And for the first ban, it will be Seer again. Okay, poor Seers don't get any chance to play this first round. It's okay.
This Seer simps out here are sad.
Yeah, it's okay, Seers. You might see him in a later round, maybe not. He might just continue to get banned, so it's okay.
It's okay. It's like it just like we'll just hold your head. We'll just give you some hugs. He'll come around. Seer will appear one time, hopefully. Now, we could see 4 different, maybe 5 different characters here. Ripper and Dream Witch are their mains, so we could see the strongest character in the game, Dream Witch, or we could see an A-tier character Ripper, and see them do quite well, or with them as well. But so we might see Axe Boy, Wu Chang, or Geisha too, as they are their secondaries.
Yeah, so it looks like Cthulhu's will be throwing us for a curve and playing Prospector, not mentioning that they typically play this character, so we'll see some interesting Prospector gameplay here. Ivory playing Merc, OXO playing Gravekeeper, so we have a 2 rescuer comp right here, and then Mech being played by Luna, being able to do the decoding, as well as Prospector is a pretty decent decoder, as well as healer and kiter. So he's overall decent.
He's overall pretty good, yes. Yeah. Because of his increased calibration chances, he can finish ciphers quite quickly. It's about fast as about a mech can with no one injured. Now, it looks like we might see Dream Witch here. Now, Dream Witch is gonna have a little bit of a tough time on this map because of it being so large. So they might also just switch to Ripper last second instead, as Ripper has a little bit of an easier time with his Foggy Blades, it being so open.
But, Dream Witches, they like to play on big bet maps sometimes, just to surprise attack people not expecting it. So it looks like she will be playing Dream Witch.
Now, in this situation, Gravekeeper and Mercenary are going to have a somewhat of a hard time against Dream Witch. Gravekeeper not as much because he can't avoid a damage, and when he's gonna go save, Mercenary has to be careful with Patroller and getting caught out early. And it looks like they are running Patroller here.
A Patroller Dream Witch. Just to sigh, I don't like Dream Witches, but in
my opinion, I don't have as much troubles with Dream Witch, but it looks like she is gonna find Mercenary first and get the leech on, so he is gonna have to worry about a leech going after him.
Yeah. So it looks like she is trying to get an early hit on him, so at least he'll have a difficult time rescuing, but he is able to elbow pad away from that first hit, and it looks like she's probably just gonna go away and just try to find someone else.
Now, that was a really good elbow pad. Now, Mercenary actually could have stayed in the pallet area where he was first found and completely saved his elbow pad as well and wasted more time thereby actually fully kiting.
And the bot goes down, poor bot, aka Mech Son.
He never stood a chance.
Yeah.
So, now, she does have another bot up on Big Boat with her, and Gravekeeper does have a mark to help Mercenary get rid of Leech if he needs to.
It looks like they're trying to communicate to say, hey, come over here, let me get rid of your Leech. But Gravekeeper did get found by the Merc's Leech and was pressured into using one of his shovels.
That was very risky there. If Dream Witch was able to react fast enough, she probably would have been able to hit Gravekeeper before you even got the shovel off.
Yeah, because the animation takes a couple seconds.
And looking at the team comp, looks like Mechanic is running a kiting build, and Gravekeeper and Mercer are both running their tide builds. And Prospector's also running a tide build as well. Now they are going to try and get rid of their leeches here, and Dream Witch is going to Patroller the Gravekeeper.
And is able to get the Patroller off, so she's trying to get a hit off on Merc, and she's able to land that, which is going to be difficult later on when it comes to saving by the Merc, especially if he isn't able to get healed before then.
And now the Patroller did end up getting Gravekeeper to use his last shovel in order so that he does not get stunned whatsoever while the Patroller's on him. And Dream Witch is doing a good job just making them spread out, making them panic on what they need to do entirely.
That's the key to Dream Witch, is like pressuring while people are kiting, but also force them off of ciphers and force them to decode and get leeches removed.
And Prospector did end up canceling Dream Witch's attack recovery, and he does go down here. Now, that is something off with Prospector, is that if you do get caught out early and you mess up, you can very much hurt yourself by canceling the attack recovery of the Hunter. And not being able to make any distance whatsoever.
Especially since it's quite easy to end up stunning yourself instead of the Hunter while trying to work his magnets.
Now Gravekeeper does get the save off and takes a hit for Prospector here. Mercenaries decoding a cipher that's around 75%, and Mechanic did waste a little bit of time so that the save could get off the leech.
So it looks like Dream Witch is trying to Patroller the Prospector, but he knows that if he tries to jump these pallet over and over, he could possibly outrun the Patroller, but she's able to get the Patroller anyways, so he's in the pickle right now.
He did get the magnet off, but he wasn't able to get far enough away for it to activate. So he is going to go down here and get cheered once again. Now Gravekeeper was trying to heal Mercenary so that he could get a save without going down. Ooh, Gravekeeper got caught out on the pallet. Is going to go down here. Mercenary has to go ahead and save if they want to try and have a chance to get a full 3-man out.
And looks like the Dream Witch did change to Blink, which is a common strategy by Dream Witches, is to bring Patroller with Trump card and then switch to Blink to ensure kills. So you're Patrollering for canceling rescues or kiting routes, and then Blink to ensure kills mid to late game.
Now Mech's bot is wasting time, might be trying to heal the Prospector out, just to waste more time, because the bot can't do much else other than just wasting time at that point, with that much progress already gone on it. Now, what's interesting here is that Dream Witch is actually running Max Hunt on her build to help her with her chasing in case the Patroller doesn't end up working out for her. And it's a good and bad strategy.
So we're seeing her leeches are around the Merc, who does get hit by this, unfortunate for the Survivor team, and he's going to try to probably die away from everyone else in the ciphers, as well as bringing his leech to him across the map, so it's not able to pressure them.
But it is going to be able to pick him up and chair him while Dream Witch goes ahead and starts chasing the Mechanic. Now, it does seem that Gravekeeper's got his cipher around 65%, and the cipher near Mechanic is almost done as well, so they do have a large amount of cipher progress, they just haven't finished them fully.
So Gravekeeper is about to pop his cipher, and Mech is getting chased by the, I think it's the main body follower, yeah.
The survivors are in a little bit of a tough position here. They have their main rescuer chair, and he still has tied up as well. So Gravekeeper and both survivors are injured with a leech and a main body on both Mercenary and Mechanic. good blink hit by the Dream Witch, and it looks like they might have to sell Mercenary and go for a dungeon here.
Yeah. To note, this is round 1, so getting as many points as you can for your team is important later in the rounds.
Or at least denying the other team points beforehand. Now, Dream Witch knows this and wants to try and get a 5-man to help her team out. So she does know where dungeon is, so she can very much just leave Gravekeeper on the floor, let him pick himself up, and then down him again. While Mechanic can't go for dungeon that entire time.
So at this point, Gravekeeper has been left on the ground he picked himself up. Is probably and did let his teammates know the dungeon was here, so they know that if things go sour as they have gone so far, they can possibly get a 1-man out with that.
Ooh, it looks like the Cypher is around 75%, and so they might be able to go ahead and be able to get at least 2 people out. So it's a possibility they could turn a tie out from this. Now the Cypher is primed, and they are going to pop it here, so they very much could get a tie out of this and throw the game in wide open, as this very much could have been a complete loss for them.
Yeah, especially since the Gravekeeper was downed and Merc was on the chair for the Survivor team. So luckily enough, Mac was able to get a syringe from the chest, be able to heal herself, save Merc, and we have seen as follows. This is gone so far.
And it looks like the Dream Witch is going to be chasing the Mechanic here. Ooh, and tried to switch over to Gravekeeper and get him down. Now, Mercenary's door is around 50% here. And Mechanic's just trying to waste time for everyone to go ahead, get doors open, get out, or look for a dungeon. To get as many points as they can from this situation. Ooh. And Hunt was ending up helping the Dream Witch there be able to get Mechanic before she get a window boost there. So that very much hurts them. Because Gravekeeper is not at the door yet.
And he does not have any shovels left after having to use them earlier on to avoid hits.
Ooh, and the blink hit on Gravekeeper, so it looks like this might be a 1-person escape, so it might be 3 points for the Hunter and 1 point for survivors. Ooh, Mechanic did waste her exit path there and got called out and got caught out using it.
To note, Dream Witch is extremely powerful late game, so typically if you think that you're turning the game around, you gotta wait a few seconds because Dream Witch is incredibly powerful at this point in the game.
Yes,
so it looks like for team Retried, for team Retried there would be 3 points, and for team Lucky Guy LP there would be 5 points.
Now, in that situation, if Mercenary probably still had like maybe 1 or 2 more elbow pads, he probably could have gone a save off of Mechanic, because detention did end up ending there towards the end, and so he could have gone a save off and tried to maybe get another person out with him. It would have been very tough, but he very much could have tried that if he still had elbow pads. And Dream Witch did extremely well there. She almost got her game turned around by survivors, who did a very good job, just wasting time, Mechanic healing up and getting the saves off, and then decoding as well.
Yeah. So yeah, the Dream Witch did do well. She was able to make the Gravekeeper waste 2 of his shovels. I should say waste, but he made Gravekeeper use 2 of his 2 shovels earlier in the game. And so he wasn't able to have any defense late game. We also saw that Mechanic was able to save Merc off the chair, which was able to possibly turn the tides for the games for survivors to possibly get 2 people out. But they all did a really good job.
And they did. Now we are going to be seeing Lucky Guy OP doing Survivor once again. Yeah, and then we tried is going to be doing Hunter once as well, with Min as their Hunter. So we should be seeing around the same team comp, but we do get 2 Survivor bands and a Hunter band this time.
Yeah.
Wait, I need to like sit up in my chair. I need to get comfortable. Okay, so Hunters might ban Min's Dream Witch in this situation after that game, or they might ban one of Min's other characters to avoid getting that and hope that they can go against Dream Witch as well this time after learning what they're going against and what they can do to counter it.
Yep. So we should be loading in any second and seeing what the team comps are going to be, Hunter choice, as well as what the bands will be.
And they have chosen Church for the map this time. So we should, so we very much could be seeing Dream Witch once again if they don't ban it. Nope, never mind. Never mind. And timer went off on the map choosing. So it went random and did end up getting Red Church.
Yeah, so the map will be Red Church this time around.
So in this situation, Min might still ban Seer, but might also ban Mercenary to make it even harder for them for rescuing and force them to run double rescue entirely or full rescue team.
I'm kind of hoping to see a Wilding in here somewhere. You know, Wilding.
See him appear at least once.
Yes, I want to see him harassing people because I get harassed by Wildings all the time. I'm just sad about it. I'm like, let's go away, Piggy, please.
So we are seeing Seer and Mercenary bands here, who are the top 2 best survivors in the game. Seer with Owl making anyone kite for an extra 60 seconds and take 3 hits. Mercenary being the best rescuer in the game, able to get a rescue off no matter what, even with hard camping hunters.
And his delayed healing allows him to be able to pull off things that other survivors can't, like rescuing or healing up other survivors, etc., etc.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be afraid of a terror shotgun rescue or anything. Now
And
we are seeing a prisoner and mechanic and a gravekeeper right now, so we could possibly seeing Cypher Rush with double decoder.
And we're also seeing a Dream Witch ban. So they decided not to deal with Dream Witch again and decided to just ban her all out. So.
Especially with the map being Red Church, it's much smaller, a lot stronger for Dream Witch, so it's a better choice to ban her instead of banning one of the other characters.
Yeah. So right now we're just waiting for Cthulhu to figure out what survivor they want to play.
They might be wanting to go another slight off decoder, could be going off rescue, or could be going another full rescue entirely. Now, prisoner and mechanic, they're both good at encoding. However, if Min wants to try and stop and put as much pressure as possible, it might be the best to go ahead and get after the prisoner, as mechanic has decreased decoding whenever someone's injured or chaired. And will only have the bot, so it might be better to just focus on prisoner. But it seems like they are going to run a solo rescue. So, not photo. Gravekeeper might be a better option for them to chase to stop and to screw them over on rescuers.
Yeah, because they don't have many rescuers. It means that if you're able to get the rescuer down, you're forcing people to get off of ciphers and a cipher rush and have to force them to rescue and see if they can kite.
It looks like we are going to be seeing a feaster here.
Yes,
throwing a curveball in
yes.
Character info.
Yeah, like what?
We're seeing a lot of curveballs.
Yes.
They are running a Chinese meta Peeper's Feaster here. And they are running down rate. They are running towards the Gravekeeper first. So they very much might get their wish of getting the main rescuer out. Now, once again, Prospector is going to be running Tide, but Mechanic is also running Tide for an off rescue too. While Prisoner is the only one running main Tiding.
That was a good job by Gravekeeper blocking that hit with his shovel.
Wasting a little bit of time trying to avoid. He needs to avoid these tentacles, force basic attack recoveries. Now he is going to shovel again because he does have a pop down here and he can just waste time here.
Yeah, so it is a known strat by Rickkeepers to throw it on the pallet and then use their shovel and then go underneath it and then try to loop that one area, because either it forces the hunter to break the pallet or B, try to chase after the Gravekeeper underneath the shovel and get a hit through there.
Now he does end up leaving the Gravekeeper because he's already used the second shovel. There's no point in chasing. He's injured as well. Oh well, they have to heal him, and now is gonna have trouble on rescue. He has to avoid tentacles for the rescue later on.
And since the Feaster put that tentacle at that window, it was forced Prisoner to take this different kiting route and also take this hit here because he had to go to a different kiting route. But he is transitioning to a better part of the map, which is known for its good kiting ability.
However, I think Prisoner very much could have avoided that tentacle right outside church by either just baiting out a hit. Ooh, nice pallet stun there. But he could have either baited out the tentacle swipe, or he also could have gone ahead and just gone back to the pallet that he hadn't thrown over at the pews. Now, Prisoner is gonna get chipped here, but Mechanic is close with the Cypher, so she seems to be the next person to go, more likely one to go for save if Gravekeeper's not going.
Yeah, it looks like Gravekeeper is going to leave it up to Mechanic to try to save while he tries to get Cypher done elsewhere.
Now, Feaster's gonna try his best to try and force either early save or stop the rescue entirely. Prisoner does take the hit from Mechanic there, and Mechanic does get a perfect save off without taking a single hit or a tentacle.
Yeah, so she will not be having to go to someone else to possibly heal.
You can go right back to the coding and focusing on that. Now, here's the thing: they do with Prisoner and Mechanic. They are with 2 ciphers left. Pretty much 1 cipher left because Mechanic is almost done too. Done with hers. So Feaster very much has to put a lot of map pressure, slow down decoding, and is gonna have to rely on his detention endgame. Now, Mechanic Cypher is gonna pop here with Prospector about to have his prime right now too, so they're ready for in case Gravekeeper does end up screwing up the save.
Right now, the Hunter is not in a good position, knowing probably that the Cypher's primed. He'll need to get a tentacle hit off, but just goes for the basic attack.
Yeah, he didn't have any tentacles, he was still on charging.
Yeah.
Now, Prisoner just has to waste time, bots that red carpet opening gate. Gravekeeper is stuck here with Feaster now too. Now, Mechanic has her gate open, and red carpet is around 60% on the gate opening as well. So at this point, it might be best for a Feaster just to switch to teleport, try and catch someone off guard, and just try and get maybe 1 or 2 people killed, or just take the Gravekeeper alone and force 3 points instead of 5.
Yeah.
However, Gravekeeper does have Dungeon here at Graveyard, so Gravekeeper might try and waste time, either waste time with detention and then go straight for Dungeon, or just try and take the tentacle hit for the speed boost.
And he was able to get this Terror Shock off right as the Gravekeeper was able to vault the pallet. So looks like this will be...
They are stopping a 5-point for retried, or not retried, Lucky IOP. Wrong team.
Yeah. So Lucky IOP will be getting 3 points for this round, and retried will be getting 1 point for this round.
It's like sometimes like it's just better just to stop them. Now, I think what Min probably could have done better is to conserve her tentacles a little bit more in that situation, as she was trying to tentacle Gravekeeper and Keeper towards when Dungeon was nearby. But I think it was just better just to fully commit with the basic attack.
Yep. They did well by making the Gravekeeper use their shovels, but unfortunately for them, Prisoner was able to kite them for a decent amount of time, and then Mechanic was right there with Tide, able to save, and then buy Prisoner a little bit of time with Tide Turner to get to a better location. Wow. Mechanic was left to decode freely, and as well as Prospector.
So they were very much ahead of Cyphers, so they bought as much time as possible for Cyphers to get done even faster.
So it looks like now we'll be seeing retried as the survivors, and Lucky Guy OP will be huntering.
Okay, I'm going through this right now.
In the meantime, any questions for people in chat that you would like us to ask? Please be cordial with your questions. No information can be leaked, or certain questions can be answered for obvious reasons, but please ask away.
It's just while we wait this out, get things settled. But it might seem that we are going to be seeing Lucky IOP's OXO playing this time. They do main Bloody Queen, and their secondaries are Witching and Feaster.
Hello. Well,
when are Soup's coming? Soup's will be coming, I think, third bracket, right?
Yeah, the third bracket. So we'll probably have a little while before you see Soups. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Soups will be coming towards the end of today, end of this stream for today, and then tomorrow, if they do make it to finals, finals, we'll be seeing them then there as well.
Do we like chicken nuggets? I mean, I like chicken nuggets. I don't know about Nitro.
It has to be a lunch rush chicken nuggets, okay? It has to be lunch rush, and they need to be freshly made. I can't have them being late on being made. It looks like we are ready to start up the fourth match.
Yeah. Yes, this is the second match.
Second match of the second round of the first set. Okay.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
I know what we're talking about. I know we're totally professional.
Professionals. Okay, so this time around, retried is substituting in Coyote Pip. They are an Enchantress main as well as Postman. The secondary Gravekeeper and Doctor, and have badges and Postman as well as used to be a B Doctor. So
Doctor might be an interesting play here, as Doctor did get her buff recently, like 3 days ago, 3 days ago, 3 days ago, and it is a quite good buff for her to where she can very much go ahead and make her kite even longer, especially if he does get pallet stuns. It's pretty much a guaranteed heal off with a pallet stun.
To note, it will be 1 Hunter ban and 2 Survivor bans this round, and the Hunter will be OXO. They're Bloody Queen main, as well as the secondary Wu-Chang and Feaster. But you know what? You never know what the Survivors and Hunters
we've been throwing so many curveballs already.
They just play characters. We're like, we didn't get this information, but you know what? I'm here for it. Okay, thank you for showing diversity.
Retried instantly went ahead and banned Bloody Queen, as they do realize that both Lucky Guy OP's Hunters do main Bloody Queen here. And we are going to be seeing Wu-Chang, unless they want to throw a curveball and play like Smiley or something.
I don't know. The map's Red Church again, so we'll see who gets played. Okay, like we don't know at this point. Seer and Merc are banned, so
And we are going to be seeing 2 off rescues in the form of Priestess and Perfumer. Gravekeeper as their main rescue and Enchantress as their main kiter. Unless Enchantress wants to be running Tide and Perfumer wants to run kiting.
We don't know. Okay, at this point, we'll see when everything loads in. Epsilon.
I think as Survivor-wise, they very much could have Enchantress run Tide in this situation, as Priestess would be better to run kiting and running full Doctor for healing. Healing and then just helping Enchantress get as much stacks as she can, and Perfumer get her health back so that she can perfume if she has any left later on in the game. And plus, if she does get found first, she can kite even longer and make the Hunter's life pretty much miserable with portals and full broken windows.
Yeah. So, we're just waiting to see if they're really going to play Priestess or not. They're changing their build. We don't know. We see the same screen as you guys to note, so we don't really see, oh, okay, so-and-so has this build and they're trying to set up a different build. We don't get to see that information.
Unless we hit escape and we look at the skins and all too. We could look at Nope, they're still deciding. But it seems that OXO might be sticking with Wu Chang here. With Seer band, it's a good option here. And if he does find Gravekeeper or Perfumer, it's just free presence, and he can get his full presence to become much stronger for Wu Chang early on. The map is Red Church. In Church here, it's going to be the same as the last round. Next round it's going to be a different map, new map there, unless we roll the same map as the previous 2.
Okay, so,
taking a while to load on.
Yeah. And the T's, fix your game. I'm kidding.
Kidding.
Yeah. Allegedly, supposed. Okay. So, OXO will be playing Wu Chang, and we'll see some probably good gameplay here. You know,
now,
we love a good Wu Chang.
He is running a left down build with max pallet breaks, so he's expecting to not be able to. He's trying to ensure that if he does get kited very early, he can get his presence up and catch up and make his chase a little bit easier on him. Ooh, just barely missed the charge attack right form. Does end up getting the Priestess hit. Now, this is good and bad for the Survivor team. Good in the sense that it's Priestess kiting, but it's also bad because she's running a kiting build in this situation. Now, Wu Chang did a good job sending that umbrella into Red Church first.
Getting Priestess down pretty early on. They're still roughly like 40 or 50% into their ciphers, which is not ideal for their Survivor team. You want someone to kite at least 70 or 80% into their cipher, so you're getting as much efficiency as possible.
Unless you're a merc and want the cipher 60%, then around 50-60.
Yeah.
Now, Gravekeeper is gonna go for the save because Priestess does have 2 portals up, and they are in comm, so they know that. And Priestess is like halfway through a 3rd portal coming up. However, Wu Chang does have Bell, so he can just try and stuff the rescue that way.
But Gravekeeper is able to get the save off right before half, allowing Priestess to place her portals and buy time, as well as have a second chair.
And just a note for all the viewers, this is cross-platform too, so we could see there are mobile players and PC players in teams all over the place. Some teams might be full mobile, some teams might be full PC. Ooh, Enchantress was trying to heal the Gravekeeper so that if he got injured, he could give her stacks. She could be more powerful later game.
To note, Wu Chang does have Peepers and isn't running Trump card, so he's relying on his teleport ability later game if survivors are able to get the cipher spot to teleport with his umbrella to the gates and back and forth.
Now, he was able to stop the Priestess from going fully into Graveyard, which is if Priestess still had portals and she was able to last long enough, Graveyard would have been an absolute hell for Wu Chang in that situation. She could teleport, she could portal straight into a pallet, either, and then Wu Chang either has to take it, get pallet stunned afterwards, or has to break it and just walk all the way around, and waste more time.
Wu Chang did a good job trying to pressure, get a Terror Shock, and be able to use his bell. Perfumer tried to body block that hit there, but it did not work out for them.
I think Perfumer thought that Priestess wasn't going to be able to avoid the first hit.
Yeah.
So she was running off already, expecting her to get hit, but with Priestess avoiding it, it threw her off, so she wasn't able to get the full body block off. Now, they're slightly behind on ciphers in this situation. They have one cipher left, but they don't have any ciphers worked on at the moment, other than Red Carpet, which they just barely started.
It looks like the Wu Chang did see the blood trail and is going to be going after the Perfumer here.
Nice Perfume back.
Yeah. Being able to time that, knowing the Hunter was going to swing there is a good part.
Now, Wu Chang is going to try to attack, expecting them to try and double back into them to avoid the hit. Now, the cipher is around 30% for the survivors. Gravekeeper has another shovel to go for save, but Wu Chang might just keep pressuring the cipher instead.
And Enchantress was able to dodge the Soul Siphon just barely, and is going to be trying to run this kiting route, but the Wu Chang is on her, so...
Wu Chang is, and the Enchantress is going to go down here. Now, in that situation, Enchantress probably could have forced her way into Red Church, get away from the cipher that's worked on, just get away from the survivors in general, could be an option, but she did get forced back into Red Church by the Wu Chang. Or not Red Church, Red Carpet.
Yeah, you're fine.
Now, Gravekeeper's gonna go for save again. He didn't have to use Shovel, he's still fully healed, but Wu Chang is gonna try and pressure the ciphers, just taunt them off of the coding.
That was good on the Wu Chang being able to force the Gravekeeper out of his shovel pretty early through a hit, and use his bell by transitioning the umbrella to try to thwart the rescue.
And he did end up forcing the save after half of the with the bell. And now Gravekeeper is injured in this situation, and so is Perfumer. So they very much might just try and go for a dungeon game here. Now, Gravekeeper might have seen dungeon and let Perfumer know where it is in voice call, or just try and ping it.
Perfumer is letting Gravekeeper know of the new message system that allows you to ping how much percentage the cipher is on, the progress of it, but she is leaving knowing that the Wu Chang is going to be going after her.
You know, Wu Chang's going to try and go after her because Gravekeeper's nowhere near the cipher. Ooh, barely avoiding the hit on Perfumer's head. That was very close. That was kind of close.
Yeah, I was like, oh, is this going to be a hit? No. Interesting.
Now, she is in an open area, and it's White Wu Chang, so Charge Attack very much could hit her. But it does not. Gravekeeper does make his way over to the cipher. And is going to get it primed as well.
And it would be getting popped at this point. So Perfumer at this point just needs to kite long enough for Gravekeeper to possibly get the door open. knowing that the Wu Chang is probably going to be right on the Gravekeeper's tail.
Now, he does end up getting the Perfumer down because the Cypher was going to be a late pop because it wasn't fully primed when she got down. Now, he does have his Umbrella up. He very much could catch Gravekeeper out in this situation. And he just might barely, but he is going to be in white form. So he's not going to be able to fully get the hit off.
Yep, and that is going to be 1 point for team We Tried, right? Yeah, 1 point for team We Tried, and then 3 points for team Lucky Guy OP. So no.
I believe that is possibly the end of this bracket. I don't think I've been keeping the points correctly in my head. So
I have not either.
They might. I think they still might be able to get. Might still be able to get a win off. But if they do, it's possibly that it needs to be they need to get 5 points fully both rounds. Rounds in order to try and get the win for this bracket.
Yep.
But we will see.
Yep.
Oh, Krazoo move.
Yeah. Yeah. We're fine. Looks like I think they're tallying points right now, and we'll see.
And seeing if they do end up going to we do end up going to set 3 for a final decider. Because it very much could be that Lucky Guy will be right. Why am I so confused on like who's who? But it very much might be that either team could very much either ensure the win or pull up surprisingly with a 5 points and pull off a win in that situation. And it does look like it is that way, so we are going to be doing the third set.
Yeah. Let me.
You're trying to go through points.
Yeah.
Now, with this being the first round of the third set, the teams very much have a lot of pressure on them to, at least on the Hunter's end and somewhat on the Survivor's end, to try and get 5 points for the team to ensure their win for the bracket. I think with We Tried, if they can get 5 points for their team on both ends, they can very much pull through with the win. And Lucky IOP, if they get ensure the 5 points, they'll go ahead and pull through and ensure their win here, because it's Lucky Guy OP. I think that's ahead right now.
Yeah. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm like,
It very much could go either way in this situation. Now, we are going to be seeing Luna as our hunter for Lucky Guy OP here. And we're going to be seeing Say and Coco or Coyote, Lagia, and Epsilon for We Tried. It's very close. It's a very close game. We very much could see Coyote playing Doctor or Postman here. Postman might be good for helping out with harassment or just helping out with encoding by giving the letter to the decoder. Like, if no one knows, I am like the fourth Postman right now. So it's like every time I see a Postman, I'm just like, "Are you challenging me?"
A new challenger has approached. But yeah, so right now, for this round, we'll be seeing 2 bans for Hunter and then 3 bans for Survivor. So
okay. We are going to be getting the document for the points.
Yeah.
We won't be keeping track on points because we'll just be commentating, but we'll be looking over them to ensure that we're not like messing anything up on what we're saying.
Yeah, and also being able to tell you guys like what's going on. So, like, you guys are probably as confused as us. We're like, hey, so who's winning? Who's not winning?
Because we had to be because us as commentators, we weren't keeping track of points. We were trying our best, but constantly talking over and trying to commentate the game, and then keeping the points either written down or in your head is somewhat a little hard.
Yeah.
Now, this is the third set of the first bracket, so we are going to be seeing 2 Hunter bans and 3 Survivor bans this time. So we very much could see Luna lose both her main and her secondary, so she might be forced to play an off character of hers. And then same goes for Retried if we do go to a round 6. And 6 with both of them, with either Citrus or Min losing both their main and secondary and going to an off character.
Also, so sorry to everyone if I seem distracted. I'm trying to pull this document up. It's fine though.
I think I've got it up here.
Yeah. Thank you, Nitro, for filling in the commentary. I'm just distracted.
So we are seeing a Bloody Queen man. Bloody Queen not man. What? Bloody Queen ban.
Yeah.
Bloody Queen ban here as that is Luna's main, and they might be banning Luna's Dream Witch here, as it is an Arms Factory, which is Dream Witch and Bloody Queen's strongest map. It is small, and they can provide so much pressure on both ends. And it's both on Chair and onto the survivors decoding. Okay.
3, 6, 9, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so for people at home, okay, we're gonna break down the points real quick. So for round 1, Lucky Guy OP and Retried both got 2 points. For round 2, Lucky Guy OP got 1 point and Retried got 3 points. For round 3, Lucky Guy OP got 3 points and Retried got 1 point. And then for round 4, Lucky Guy OP got 3 points and Retried got 1 point. So right now, Lucky Guy OP is in the lead with 9 points and Retried has 7 points right now.
So very much we tried if they can pull off a tie. Actually, no, hold on. I'm trying to do the points in my head. If they pull out a tie, it's 2 points for both sides. But if they do get 3 mans, I believe they will end up losing the full bracket. There isn't a way for them to really make a comeback.
Yeah. So Retried needs at least 3 points this round to be in the runnings still.
IDB is too complicated for me. IDB is too complicated for everyone, apparently even the commentators. So we are seeing Seer and Mercenary being banned, but we're also seeing Perfumer banned, who is honestly the last S tier survivor that's staying in S tier and has not been nerfed or adjusted whatsoever. We're just waiting for her nerf to come in, because we all know it's coming. She's the last S tier survivor that hasn't been messed with whatsoever. She hasn't gotten nerfed. She's been S tier since her release. And then we are also seeing Priestess, Gravekeeper, Enchantress, and Prisoner in this situation.
We shall see. We shall see.
Now,
don't nerf her.
Don't nerf her, please. I think if anything, they'll just nerf her cooldown to 15 seconds instead of 10.
Yeah.
Or like make it so that the perfume doesn't last as long as it does. But so Priestess on this map Priestess on every map is good, but on this map specifically, this is honestly her worst map.
Yeah.
They definitely could have gone with a second Rescuer here instead of just Gravekeeper. Again, if Gravekeeper gets caught out early, either use both shovels or gets injured, they have to heal, waste time with that. And then they are running Enchantress and Prisoner. Now, I think what Luna could have done too is she could have banned Seer Mercenary, and she could have banned their Gravekeeper too, to force them to run another rescue like First Officer, Wildling, or Forward, or maybe even Cord.
But we'll be seeing a Geisha, an OG Hunter. So we'll see how this goes. Also, I like this skin. It's so pretty.
It is quite a nice skin. Now, it seems like Geisha's actually running a downright build. She's running downright 2 Indestructiveness and Tinnitus. So she is running Incitement for the Enchantress, the Priestess, and the Prisoner, because all of them do have stuns.
To note, this is Arm Factory, and it did get a recent adjustment to the map. This area right here is new. The big rock was added, as well as the paladin window. And then Arms Factory, one of the windows, the middle one specifically, was changed to paladin instead.
So it makes it a lot like Arms Factory is still quite good of a kiting area, but it's not as good as it was before. Hunters don't have to constantly run confined space on this map. Like they can, it's still better to do it on this map for the pallet break, but it's not necessarily too much of a requirement. Now, Priestess is down quite early in the situation. Their ciphers aren't very close. Enchantress is around 75, Prisoners 50. Prisoners around 25, and Gravekeeper's cipher was around 50%. Now, the excitement here with Geisha, it's good, but it's also only just for the Enchantress for 3-stat. So I think it might have been better to just go ahead and run Desperate Fight and run an up down rage build.
Ooh. She did use excitement to go to the Priestess portal just to ensure that she got the hit off on Priestess. For those of you at home that didn't know, yes, you can use excitement for Priestess portals as well.
Yeah, because it is a stun.
Yeah.
Now, the Gravekeeper was able to get the save off because when Luna went ahead and dashed, she ended up seeing the went up into the air. She ended up seeing Enchantress in the distance and dashed towards her instead of dropping to the Gravekeeper. So allowed him to get the save off perfectly. Well, not perfectly. He did end up having to use the shovel, but it does end up being fine anyways. Ooh, Gravekeeper got thrown off by looking at Geisha, so he ended up wasting time with the time for attack recovery.
So that is the Priestess out of the game. To note again, we tried. Does need 3 people out to possibly have a chance to go on to the next round.
And possibly win the bracket.
Yeah.
Now, Gravekeeper did end up getting hit through the windows because the issue was able to get the dash off. Now, Prisoner does finish Gravekeeper's cipher and is going to connect Enchantress's cipher with an empty one. He's going to end up finishing Enchantress's cipher on his own. Oh, while Enchantress goes for the save.
But don't worry, guys. To note, when I'm saying to go to the next round, I'm talking about that. Oh, in case you took this. I'm sorry. That was good. That was good. I like that, Geisha. So they need 3 points so that they'll be even with Lucky Guy OP. We're still going to go into our next round and then total up the points after that. So
the only way that we don't go into the next round is if Luna does pull off a 4-man for 5 points.
Yeah.
At least I'm fairly certain. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like even with a 3-man kill, they Epsilon still or not Epsilon. Freaking.
We try still have a chance.
They still have a chance to pull off like maybe a 5-man and get 5-man. 4 points. 5 points for 4-man.
All the numbers is so hard.
All the numbers in my head. It's like math is my favorite subject. I just haven't been in school for like the past 2 years. Now Enchantress is down, and she has used her exit path, so she's gonna end up leaving her on the ground while Prisoner has to either wait out for Enchantress to bleed, or he's gonna finish the ciphers and just go for dungeon then.
And the Geisha did switch using trump card to peepers so that she was able to peep Enchantress. So she's first of all not able to heal as fast, on top of Enchantress's debuff of healing speed, as well as be able to know if the prisoner tries to go to heal up the Enchantress.
Now, Prisoner very much could just wait out the peeper to break, but that will take too much time that they don't have at this situation. He needs to get Enchantress healed. here as soon as possible. Enchantress is probably primed and just trying to get away from Peepers of this situation.
So Geisha is right on their tail, knowing what's trying to happen, but with Peepers activated. Oh?
Ooh, that was a double stun, both from Enchantress and Prisoner. But it seems that Prisoners went off first, so Enchantress canceled out the Prisoner stun. Stun, which is 1 second entirely, while Enchantress isn't 1 second entirely. It's a little bit like less than a second sort of deal. Enchantress right now has to waste time for Prisoner to get back up. Ooh, and Enchantress does go down, so it looks like this is gonna be 5 points for Team Lucky Guy OP and no points for Retried. Now Prisoner isn't able to pick himself up. He has a Peeper on him. And it's gonna be hard for them to actually go ahead and get it fully off.
But I admire their but you know they were like, oh, we could try hashtag
Yes.
team we tried. So good job on them on their part.
They very much did their best, but it seems that Luna was able to outplay them very well.
And did we know that she played Geisha? Did we know this? We did not know this. This was new information. So you guys, this we didn't know this, and we were surprised by this. Really good Geisha plays. And using excitement was a curveball that we weren't expecting, but it worked out in her favor. Able to use it, going through Priestess's portal and getting that hit off of Priestess, as well as being able to use it when Great Peeper was trying to get it, or Prisoner was able to try to pallet stun in the middle cipher.
It does seem like we are going to go into the last round of the final set of the entire bracket of this bracket, so it's going to be round 6. 6, unless we've done our math wrong. They might have a chance to pull through with a 5. If Citrus gets a 5-man, they might.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 5, 7, 8. Would it be 13 and 13? No, I don't know. Huh?
Because it's like I'm going through my head too. Because 9 and 5 gets you 14, so 14 points on Lucky Guy OP then.
Yeah.
And then we tried at 7 points, 2, 3, 1, 1.
And then
And then the 0. So
12.
If they do get 5 points, they would end up getting 12 points, I believe.
Yeah, so it'd be 12 to 14. But we're still going to play this last game out in the tournament. So
just to give Lavin a chance, because I don't think we've seen Lavin's Hunter. We can see the rest of this.
Yeah. So I need to keep going downwards in the Google Drive. I mean, not Google Drive. What is this? The PowerPoint. Yeah. We're fine. We're fine. We're on a re6. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So we very much could see the both sides either just playing random characters that they want to play and play that they didn't want to play in tournament before as Lucky Guy OP has won this bracket, but we are just gonna be playing this round anyways. Okay, so Citrus could be playing something that we could be getting another curveball.
Yeah, we love the curveballs. Okay, we appreciate it. Serves and hunters alike.
We could be getting a curveball from both survivors and both like IOP survivors, and a curveball from Citrus Lavin as our hunter. Because Citrus does mean Photo and Ripper, so we very much could see either one, or we could see again something entirely different. Nope.
Okay.
Oh, I think Salty needs to switch.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because I think Sleepy had to.
Yeah, Salty's getting in his alt account for the second camera and then switching off.
Yeah, so it will be 200 bands and then 3 survivor bands this go around, and we will be seeing Citrus Lavin playing Hunter. They mostly play Photographer with a secondary and Ripper, and they have an A badge as Photographer and Violinist.
And we are seeing a Bloody Queen and Violinist band.
Oh, I want to see Bio gameplay, but
Sad bio noises.
yes. But the map is Orange Factory, so we might see Photographer or Ripper this match. And then for Team Lucky Guy OP, the survivors, we have OXO. They play Enchantress and Gravekeeper, as well as Perfumer. Ivory plays Merkin Seer. Cthulhu plays Ford and Postman, a rival Postman for Nitro. And then Luna plays Mechanic, Priest, and Priestess, but also has a B badge in Merc, as well as an A badge in Priestess.
So it seems that we see a Mercenary, Seer, and Gravekeeper ban, which is what I was suggested for Luna to ban instead of Perfumer. Throw them off on that rescue and force them to run another rescue that can be stuffed a little bit easier on rescue. Now we are seeing Luna run forward to Luna's running Prospector, Ivory running Prisoner, and we've seen OXO possibly go Doctor.
A curveball.
All the curveballs. That's all we're getting at this moment. They just want to throw all the curveballs. They want to make our commentating harder because we don't know what the hell they're going to play. Because Luna does main Mechanic and Priestess, and so we might be seeing some boosted Luna and forward plays, unless they have been practicing forward a lot more recently. We don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
But they don't have to worry too much on points. They might just be trying to have fun or trying to win it, and still trying to win, but having fun as well. Well, because they do have ended up winning this bracket.
So it looks like OXO will be playing Perfumer, Ivory Prisoner, we'll see Prospector by Cthulhu, and then Luna will be playing forward, like Nitro said, and seeing if they do some OP forward plays,
or just run into walls every minute they get.
Things happen.
Things happen. So Citrus, are you gonna throw another curveball at us with Axploit? Yes, he is.
Yep. Okay.
We get all the curveballs in the first bracket. Commentating life is hard.
Yes. So I hope everybody's having a good time and enjoying this tournament. I have been enjoying seeing the randomness that people throw out here.
And we just read.
We're trying to figure things out. And it looks like Citrus does have the Ivan skin that is from this newest essence, which is very pretty.
I wish I had it.
Yeah, same.
So it looks like Citrus is running a downright build, no survivors, street sweeper, claustrophobia, and wanted order on Axboy. And then we see him chasing the prisoner first and forwards encoding over in forest.
Which used to be the empty area, but is now the redone area.
The redone T-wall. Well, which it's a pretty good area as well for kiting. Now we are seeing Axboy running keepers, which is the meta. Some people will run blink. It might be a little bit easier, but me personally, I run blink on Axboy. I don't prefer to run peepers because most people will just get away from the trees and the peepers entirely. Now, Prisoner's doing a good job here, getting away from Peepers, just making distance and trying to mess up his fireballs as well by being out of the Peeper range. Now, Prisoner doesn't have a stun though, I don't believe.
Yeah, I don't think so as well.
He was found pretty early on, so he lost his stun.
But it looks like he's going to try to be kiting this 2-pallet area outside the factory, and then transitioning out to a better area.
Ooh, it looks like they might be going back and going into forest, but actually they're going back into mini ruins.
Ooh.
Prospector was there to try and help Prisoner, but then ends up getting hit himself by the fireball.
And getting downed because his magnets weren't able to save him and activate fast enough.
Now forward is and did end up finishing his Cypher, and he's ready to go for a rescue. He has tied open prisoners connected to Cypher for a stun. Stun and Perfumer is decoding a Cypher as well.
It looks like Asper was just trying to get the fireball hit.
Ended up messing up on the football stun, so he ended up canceling the attack recovery. And forward did end up getting hit there. So now forward can't help Prospector for later on in his kite when he goes down to waste more time. Because they are slightly behind on ciphers, but they are both at 50% at the moment. Oh no, it seems that the ult account did die for the camera. So the survivor's side camera isn't working. He does end up leaving Prospector because he is an arms factory and he hasn't broken the pallet. It's a good area right now.
Ooh, he just barely misses the fireball thrown at Prisoner, but Prisoner is trying to kite the same area he was earlier when he transitioned out of it, and Prospector went in to try to help him.
Now, Prisoner's doing a good job of avoiding these fireballs, both coming at him from a distance and then coming out at him from the outside. Now, Prisoner is in Arms Factory with the pallet down, so he has a really good kiting area both in the back of Factory and as well as Factory itself. As seeing that actually is not wanting to break the pallet.
And knowing that there's one cipher left, Exploit seems to be trying to get the, like I said, he does able to get the fireball hit down. Typically hunters with secondary attack abilities will try to use it, knowing the last cipher might be primed, so they're able to get the basic attack hit once the cipher is popped, as seen.
If Prisoner was able to vault that pallet, but as he got fireball, it would have been a safe pop, and he would have had so much distance both from knee jerk and borrow time activating. He is going to be a 3-man escape.
Yeah, so that will be 3 points for Team Lucky Guy OP, and then 1 point for Team We Tried. And that will be the end of bracket 1.
Okay, and so we'll be taking a 10-minute intermission while we get stuff set up, and we'll go ahead and get things ready for next bracket of Yes and Wyvern. Okay. Yeah, we just announced it.
You can hear it. Anyways, we're also going to be switching out commentators. I will be fading into the background, and Wind will be joining me to replace me for bracket 2. So
okay. Hello, everyone. We are back.
Yes.
And we're joined by Wind, who's faded into existence before intermission.
Yes, I'm back. Hello, welcome.
Krazoo has faded away. We'll never see Krazoo again. Sad. Kidding. So we are going to be going and continuing on with the second bracket, which is going to be Wyvern versus Yes. And the team hunting first is going to be Yes hunting, and Wyvern is going to be surviving.
All right. And then, so for Yes, their hunters are Rosie and Shinjiro, right?
And then also not my realm.
Yeah.
Not
okay.
my realm.
All right. Yeah. And then on Wyvern's Survivor side, we do have our hosts playing, the Sleepy and Kiddo.
But Kiddo won't be playing for 3 rounds, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So we have Sleepy, Hydrated, Nemuharu, and Jandru, and then Salty Kiddo for survivors on What Team Wyvern.
Very excited to see.
Now, we are going to be seeing Rosie hunting first. She is a violinist main and secondaries on Bon Bon, Ripper, and Bloody Queen. And she was the former 11th violinist. 11th recently. Now, I have gone against Rosie. She's quite a good hunter, and then when I'm ever going against her with my duo, we just ended up chatting with her, having fun while going against her. It's like she just enjoys playing with us. Like whether she wins or lose, she enjoys it. She just has fun.
That's how it should be.
And it seems that they have chosen Moonlit.
Yeah, they picked Moonlit for the first map, which is it's like one of those maps that it's like it can be really good for either side, and it can be really bad for either side.
Primarily Survivor side with Coaster.
Yeah, the Coaster, it can make it really rough, and especially as a first round map, that means with only one ban, like would you want to ban one of the survivors like Mercenary or Seer, or would you want to go with a Priestess ban?
Mm-hmm. Like it's very much with just one survivor ban. And then she plays Vio, and Vio is okay on this map on the palettes, but there are so many drop down windows that Vio is just not that good against. Yeah. It's one of his weaker points, but he is good on pallet vaults and pallet drops. Ooh.
Not to mention, as a bigger map, it makes it easier for survivors to rotate a violinist who doesn't have as much mobility as hunters like Bloody Queen, Dream Witch, and even Wu Chang.
And then Ripper as well.
Yeah.
So Rosie is going to be banning Priestess, and our survivors with Sleepy maining Mercenary First Officer as their main rescue survivor, John Rude as Seer and Forward, and then gotta pull it up because the slide went away. So Nemu is with Mechanic, Cord, and Seer, Hydrated with Priestess and Gravekeeper, and then later on we'll be seeing Kiddo with Cowboy, Forward, and Acrobat.
It looks like Hydrated's main Priestess is getting banned, so they might be going with their secondary main of Gravekeeper, although they are still selecting. So far, it looks like a triple rescue team with a Seer for support.
Mm-hmm. Now, in this situation with the triple rescue, Forward could be running kiting here and be able to get not use as much football on a window vault or kite for even longer if he does get chased against Vio. Vio, because while Mercenary and Gravekeeper are better for rescuing, they can both Gravekeeper are better for rescuing, they can both Gravekeeper are better for rescuing, they can very much are better for rescuing, they can very much are better for rescuing. That's what they can very much are better for rescuing. That's what they can very much are better for rescuing.
With this team, they're probably going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, they're going to be focusing on hiding the Seer, higher First and is dedicating to the chase. Make it stop.
Okay, there we go. It's good now.
Oh, okay.
We're good.
All right, yeah. So the first, that was the Gravekeeper was doing a good job, but then after he got hit by the note, he didn't drop the pallet in time for a pallet stun, and so Rosie got a down pretty quickly there. And with a slow decoding team like this, the ciphers are not very far. And the Seer's just rotating away.
Yeah, and Seer wasn't able to go ahead and get the owl off because he didn't have it back in time when Hydrator got down.
Yeah, it looks
Now,
like they're not saving.
They might not save, but they also very much could save, as Gravekeeper does have both his shovels. As well. But it seems like they're gonna prioritize the coding so the Gravekeeper. But on Rosie's end, it's actually quite good. She can pressure with her second ability, and as well as she is running Control Freak, so Gravekeeper is dying much faster as well, especially with him not having increased chair time.
Yeah, personally, I usually prefer to I prefer to save once at least, especially if they still have their ability, since it can buy quite a bit of time with Tide Turner and everything. And as we saw, Rosie was able to teleport before Gravekeeper even completely died on chair.
Because she knew they were all across the map and no one would make it in time.
Yeah, and unfortunately does teleport straight to the Seer.
However, Seer's not able to get his owl off in time to block that hit.
Yeah.
So they're very much hurting in this situation at the moment.
Yeah.
Now, Forward is running Tide now, and Sleepy, of course, is running Tide and running Max Healing.
But she is bringing the Seer to the Mercenary Cipher, so that disrupts his decoding, which is very unfortunate.
They're in a very tough situation right now.
Forward might be sneaking in for the save.
That's their best option. They have to save at the moment, and Seer needs to run away from all the ciphers. Ciphers, as they're in a Survivor's in a very much tough situation. One person's already dead and someone's down in their slow decoding team.
And it does look like the Violence stuffed the save, since Forward stalled a little bit too much time there, and if he wanted to get the save before half there, like Rosie knew he'd want to get the save before half, and unfortunately,
gets a double hit on Mercenary and the hit on Seer.
Yeah.
But Mercenary is able to go for the save because of Tide. And Mercenary does take a string hit, but Forward does avoid it.
Yeah, it's a very tough situation for the survivors, though. Like, they didn't save the Gravekeeper. They're still at 3 ciphers remaining, and the Seer's dead on chair.
And it's the 2 worst decoders just left alive at the moment. One being 3 at Shell Shock, so much longer healing.
Yeah, very, very difficult situation for the survivors.
You get teleported on 2 and 2. So they are able to get one heal state off, but they are gonna be Rosie is gonna be facing them as well.
Yeah.
And she's gonna go after the Forward instead.
At this point, it's very difficult for the survivors to get in a position for even a one-man escape, since it's 2 very slow decoders, and
Ooh, and avoids the string hit from the third skill, so take coaster. And the stop is hit, so forward just made so much distance there's Mercenary searching searching a chest for another item as he is out of overpads.
Unfortunately, though, like, even with the distance and time he's bought, since the Mercenary wasn't decoding, and is a very slow decoder anyways, they're still in a very difficult position.
Now, Rosie's looking for Mercenary, not realizing that Mercenary did go upstairs. Now, I think earlier in the situation, Ford definitely could have just tried stunning Rosie just to ensure he gets a save off. Either forcing her to string hit him or basic attack.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like she did get the Mercenary down, so now she can focus on finding the forward if she wants to go for the 4-man.
She's most likely going to be trying to go for it. He's not putting a cipher.
Because that'll put the survivors of her team in a much better position, since although they won't have to worry as much about getting as many points as possible.
Teleport is up, but she's waiting for seeing if Forward will touch a cipher because he hasn't been encoding right at the moment, so he could be getting crows sometime soon. Now, Mercenary is at 5 stacks of Shell Shock, so he's going to be healing up very slowly, and as well as with only 1 in sticker, he will not be getting up anytime soon.
Yeah. Yeah, the forward looking through the chest, seeing what he can do, while Rosie's going back for the Mercenary, probably just to check to make sure that the forward's not gonna try to pick him up. A lot of the ciphers are on that side of the map, though.
Very much in a tough situation. Gravekeeper was on one side of the map while all 3 survivors were on the other. So even if they ended up saving Gravekeeper and popping 3 ciphers, they would have had 4 ciphers on one side.
Yeah, she will be making her way to this side of the map since most of the ciphers to touch are here. And I think she might have noticed dungeon.
Might have just noticed dungeon. She does have tonight's knockers, so she knows forward is here somewhere.
Yeah.
I think she might realize either basement or also behind tent.
Yeah. At this point, she knows the general area, so forward will be trying to sneak around, but might not. Might get found soon.
Seems that she's not gonna actually check behind tent. Or might be able to get the heal off, and might make his way over toward the Mercenary and heal him up so that he doesn't use his exit path.
Yeah, and it is keeping the crows away by healing himself, just a little bit at a time.
Or it is hiding behind the structure, so Rosie isn't able to notice him.
Yeah. But she is, like, slowly narrowing down the possibilities for where he could be.
Now, Rosie's almost dead on chair, so if Forward can end up healing himself, grab his football and then can get dungeon to jip Rosie out of getting 5 points for a team.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like at this point, like, he's just trying to wait for the Mercenary to bleed out so that, they can go for that. Go for the 1-man.
It seems that Rosie still doesn't have an idea on where Forward is, but he might see Forward right now in the distance.
And she hasn't noticed him yet, but it looks like she might try to check soon. No?
It's the one area she hasn't checked. I think she just can't see him in the distance whenever she does check there.
Yeah.
The Mercenary is going to end up bleeding out. He does have exit path though. He could use it just to waste time or something. But it's honestly not in their best interest to use the exit path. Just go for dungeon.
It is in their best interest just to let the Mercenary bleed out so that they can go for the 1-man, because there's almost no chance of getting
Right, I was thinking Rosie. Ooh, does Rosie see Forward? Yeah, most definitely. Forward does get the heal out here.
He did get the heal. And now he can just make a run for the dungeon.
Get dungeon. Rosie did do her best here, but it seems that John had Sneak 1000 in the situation.
Yeah,
So-
did a very good job of like just just sneaking around, buying time, waiting,
So that's gonna
waiting
be
it out.
that
Using
is
the
going-
syringe to like not healing fully until the very end, not get froze.
So it is gonna be 3 points for Yes and 1 point for Wyvern.
Yeah.
So they did end up doing their best and stopped. They stopped Yes. So yes, they did stop Yes from getting the full 5 points of a four-man kill.
So next we should be seeing Wyvern hunting and Yes surviving, right? So Wyvern only has one hunter, which is a Mexican, meaning Anne.
Oh, is it? It's still not wanting to work for you? Oh, so. Okay, so we have a Mexican who means Anne, and then secondaries of Ripper and Violinist.
Although I do think in the last tournament, I saw them playing Bloody Queen as well.
As Bloody Queen is honestly the strongest hunter on
But,
PC.
yeah, it looks like not as a main.
So you'll be streaming your POV when you go on, kiddo? Or and then we will be seeing Yes's team of survivors of Not My Realm, who means Gravekeeper, Merc, and Prospector, Seer, and the Mind's Eye. Then we have Sweet Vera as Perfumer and Priestess, Shinjiro as Cowboy, Prospector, Merc, Cord, Wildling, Thief, and then we have Ice as Seer and Prospector.
And it looks like we have the Seer ban.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, so it is a Seer ban. Same map, Moonlit.
Oh. What? What are you talking about? Wait, kiddo. You're not muted in the hangout. What if it there? Oh.
Yeah.
Kiddo. I'm just gonna DM him.
I think he's deafened, so he can't hear. All right. It looks like for the survivors, we're seeing Mercenary probably as the main rescuer, Perfumer and Prospector as the kiters, and possibly a Cowboy.
Shinji does mean Cowboy, but we also could see a Thief from him too, as he is and was he was top 10 Thief before, and we are seeing his Cowboy. Right? So it looks like the survivor camera is broken at the moment, and it seems like Kiddo isn't going to be able to get it back up.
Yeah, it looks like a Mexican might be choosing Wu Chang.
He's contemplating Wu Chang. Now, again, where he's throwing a curveball like every other freaking character, many other people have done earlier in the tournament already, as we don't know, we don't have any information on his Wu Chang whatsoever.
Yeah. Wu Chang is falling out of meta, but as Alien said, Moonlit is his strongest map, and like it's a very good map for him, and he can still be very successful on this map, although it is first round, so that can be very difficult.
Yeah, because he does very much counter the roller coaster. If they do take roller coaster, if he has umbrella, he can just go over and just save time instead of walking the entire time.
I am
And
wondering about what build he will use.
I am gonna say for stream wise that the survivor camera is broken, so that when Kiddo does end up going in for a tournament, it'll be from his perspective and not from the hunters. So he's seeing all of it from his point of view.
So it looks like he's immediately teleporting to fourth stop.
So he is going to be going on Prospector. Now, honestly, this is his best option, is go after Prospector instead of finding Cowboy or Perfumer or Mercenary, right, for that chance.
Yeah, it looks like he is running Insolence and max pallet breaking speed with detention. Which is a very... I think it's a really good build for Wu-Tang, to be honest, because it doesn't require, like, the down. Like, once you get one hit, you get your abilities, and then it's a lot easier to get first down with Insolence as Wu-Chang.
Now, I would say instead of running Peepers with Insolence Wu-Chang, I think it honestly would be better to run Blink, as Peepers is like, you're already going to be getting your ability already. I think Blink is just to ensure you get the hit.
Yeah.
Just catch them off of Terror Shock would be even better.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But also, another popular build is Teleport for Wu-Chang.
Running an up-down teleport is good, or just running down Peepers is also another one.
And he finally did get a hit on the Prospector, so now he has his Bell, which is going to make it much more difficult for the Prospector, especially since he's used up all his magnets.
Barely avoids being Terrorist Shocks. Now, he's going to be ending up chasing Cowboy off the Cypher as well.
Get the Prospector in the middle of the transition.
However, Cowboy is nearby to try and just at least intimidate and make him see if Amex is going to drop, or Cowboy can get the lasso off entirely. Ooh, does drop, but misses the lasso.
Yeah. The Mercenary's already heading over since he was on the other side of the map, so he was quite far.
Now, we can't necessarily tell on... It seems that Prospector is running a full kiting build, and same with the Perfumer. A Cowboy is actually running a Tide build with no knee-jerk. He'll be running down right, Prisoner's Dilemma, Sticker, and Snooze to do that.
Mercenary did avoid the Bell, so he got a clean save and then took a hit afterwards, but...
Ice does avoid getting dropped by the Bell by doing the Vault Cancel.
Yeah.
And Mexican does a good job of just getting the magnet off of him because he walked away as he was about to pull him.
Ooh, and another vault during the Bell. Very nice job from the Prospector. And does get a pretty good turn off.
Ooh, Cowboy did try the lasso, but did not get the lasso off.
There's only 2 ciphers remaining, so Cowboy's just trying to put up some pressure while the Mercenary and Perfumer try to finish the last 2 ciphers. And just buying as much time as they can.
Now, again, here's a bit of the issue with running Insolence Peepers, is that now a Mexican is kind of stuck at towards that end with just very little left for full presence. If he was running like Blink or something to help him a little bit more, he probably would have got a hit early off and gotten the chase down, finished much quicker.
Yeah.
Or if Insolence did that popping, he could hope for a Terror Shock and have full presence by the time after the first rescue.
Did pick himself up. But at this point, it looks like the Wu-Chang's just trying to pressure off of the ciphers and get some hits if he can. He is at full presence, so this will make it more difficult for the survivors, but... Ooh.
And Mercenary was just barely able to avoid a hit earlier. then Perfumer did end up perfuming back there, while a Mexican was just there waiting for it.
Yeah. But that Cypher is very close, and they're pushing the other Cypher as well. While Prospector just went across the map to start a new one, just in case.
Wu Chang's in a very tough position here, as his Peepers can only do so much, with both Cyphers being almost done.
Yeah. At this point, the survivors can pressure either one of these two Cyphers, while Prospector finishes up the one across the map. And wherever he goes, there are two Cyphers that are significantly worked on. Which is very unfortunate for the survivors.
Okay, before he can finish the Cypher.
But at this point, no one's decoding, although the Cyphers are close, and the Mercenary, who's the only one who can rescue right now, is going down.
I believe Wu Chang was hoping for another hit on the Mercenary to get him at 3 stacks. But it seems that Shinjiro ends up going down right here. He may have avoided with the lasso.
Yeah, but he does go down. It looks like the survivors are healing up, but it is a full presence Wu Chang, and if he catches them from far out, it is very possible that he will prevent a save entirely.
But it seems that they're both gonna have to go over here, as both Cyphers are very close. One's about 98%, while the other one's around 95, 90.
Yeah.
90. It seems that Mercenary might come and save, or he might just go focus on decoding.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna try to prime the Cypher while the Perfumer goes in for the save.
Now, Shinji is gonna be saved after half, which is a tough situation. It's going to happen. They were very far from him.
But it is worth it so that they can prime the Cypher in time. Oh, Perfumer got soul siphoned.
She did end up getting soul siphoned there.
At this point, she might end up taking 2 hits before she can save. Yeah.
Looks like that's going to be the case with the Cypher primes and the attack recovery just ending.
No, yeah. And since the Cowboy is dead on chair at this point,
there's no point in chairing him at the moment and just go after someone and chair him at a rocket chair that's not going to be near the gate, so that if he does get someone down a gate, just chair them very quickly.
So now he knows that the survivors are heading over to that gate, and he can go ahead and teleport. So it's very likely that he might get a tie at this point.
Or he could also get a 3-man here too, because all 3 survivors are over here at this gate, and he just switched the black form too, so he could very much throw them all off. However, Mercenary could take a hit here for them. But that gate is not going to be open in time.
It looks like they are going to try to take the roller coaster, and he's just going to try to go for the Mercenary, who has used his self-heal. So if he gets the Mercenary down, he can just bleed him and teleport and go for one of the other survivors across the map.
And it looks like they went ahead to coaster, but it did not take them all the way to third stop.
Ooh, he did get a hit on the Mercenary here. And so at this point, he's just going to try to teleport over and get one of the other survivors down if possible.
I think it's Mercenary in this situation should just stay nearby, keep giving him tinnitus.
Yeah.
Is hoping that he'll stay nearby, just trying to secure 2 people. Now they are in 2-story right here healing.
Yeah, it looks like at this point the survivors kind of just want to wait out detention and heal
up, and then
he does have tinnitus, so he does know approximately where they are, and detention is still up for just a little bit longer.
If Perfumer is gonna get found here, but if Perfumer can get through that window before she can still has a perfume up.
Yeah, she did get her perfume back in time.
And she does get the perfume off.
Just barely in time. Looks like the Prospector is going to try to heal the Mercenary, maybe? And open that gate probably, while the Wu Chang did try to go for the Perfumer, but he's going back to the gate and the Mercenary. It's unfortunate that the Mercenary is so close to the gate so that they can both be guarded.
Ooh, cancels the attack recovery.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
As said earlier, that's a hard situation, is that thing with prospectors is that he can very much just cancel the attack recovery entirely.
Yeah, it's very risky. Ooh.
Gets that stun off.
And now the perfumer is opening the gate, which she'll probably try to open it.
Wu Chang does realize this.
Yeah. And she's out of perfumes, so he does get a hit on her.
And again, he doesn't have to pick up Mercenary as he has already used his exit path. The best they can do is have is opening gate and then heal Mercenary immediately.
Yeah. Looks like he is guarding the gate as much as he can while also trying to make sure that the perfumer and prospector can't heal.
Or at least
if
slow
he
down
gets
the
one down, this will be a very difficult position.
It seems that Wu Chang's trying to slow down the healing even more on
Yeah.
Wu Chang.
It looks like yep, he does get the prospector down here. And the perfumer has already started running across the map.
Now, a Mexican's gonna peeper the mercenary all 3 times and might just tear the prospector because he does have his exit path still up. So
yeah,
other door is not
actually
open.
I think the prospector used up his exit path actually. Earlier, when he got the prospector down, but then he was chasing the cowboy off and trying to pressure the ciphers that were getting decoded nearby. And I think, but I think to be safe, he did just go ahead and share him because that will have a 3-man
out here and is just going to leave to ensure that they do just get 1 point at least.
Yeah,
that is going to be both teams tying at 4 points.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't have to pick up mercenary. He personally is just going to bleed out here,
and so they surrender. Yeah, that was a very good the Wu Chang did a very good job turning that game around entirely. Like he was in a very difficult position with 2 ciphers remaining, 3 ciphers worked on and very close to being primed, and then the fact that he was able to get the mercenary down and then the cowboy on that side of the map while everyone was injured really bought him the time.
It very much changed the game, yes.
Yeah.
Survivors did a really good job too by just pressuring those 2 ciphers constantly while someone worked on another cipher.
Yeah.
Because those 2 ciphers were way too close to constantly keep working on them.
Yeah, they forced him off of the chase on the prospector.
And just forced him to split his attention onto 2 ciphers, protecting 2 ciphers entirely.
Yeah.
I think in that situation, yeah, of course, it's like Wu Chang probably could have been running Blink or could have been running up down too, but Insolence definitely was needed as he did end up getting kited for quite a while.
Yeah.
Early on.
But I think Peepers did work very well in the end for the end game in terms of patrolling the ciphers and bleeding out some of the survivors.
Okay, so we are going to be seeing Wyvern as surviving again, and yes, is going to be hunting now. We don't know if it's going to be Rosie again, but it could be Shinji and Jiro or Not My Realm. Actually, I think we can figure this out. Oh wait, no, never mind. I mixed that up. It's gonna be freaking. It's gonna be yes. Is surviving again. Wow, Wyvern is hunting again.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll be seeing the same hunter and same survivors this next round.
So it looks like Yes is going to be switching out Ice for Rosie, who mains Merc Cord Prisoner and Mech, and secondaries on Priestess and Seer. I've got to look at this. And it's and we are going to be getting a Mexican again as our hunter. Hunter is as Wyvern only has 1 hunter at the moment. Not just 1 hunter in general. So we might be seeing one of his mains come out unless they do end up banning it. And banning it, he goes another wild card on us.
Yeah, they like throwing out new things that surprise us.
Now, I'm excited to see Rosie play a survivor. I know I've played with Rosie a couple of times on my alt account with her.
Mhm.
And it's quite fun. I just have a fun time playing with her. I get to play Doctor mainly because I don't have any other characters on my alt. But
Yeah,
Rosie does really well as a mercenary, just as rescue.
yeah. It looks like she's pretty diverse with like her survivor picks, like mercenary, coordinator, prisoner, mechanic, priestess, and seer.
And as again, it's like being diverse and what you can play is very much needed in a tournament, especially as hunter. If your main hunter gets banned, you have to throw in off hunter that you just don't normally play or something.
Yeah. Although I am interested in seeing the bans because if Rosie hunts again, she does still play Bonbon, Ripper, and Bloody Queen, with Bonbon and Bloody Queen being considered S tier survivors.
Bonbon more of an A plus tier, but I don't know if the rescue buff fully went.
Wait,
they are going to be banning a Mexicans, and which is who he mains, and a Mexican will be banning Seer in Mercenary.
Wait, I can't see the ban screen.
Oh, you can't? Did you like accidentally exit out of the ban screens when they came up?
I don't think
Are you
so.
saying,
I just never like I got into the custom and then I never like was able to move up into spectator, at least on my screen. Ugh.
Oh, but is your game frozen or something?
I don't know. I'm like my game's not frozen. I just can't see anything.
Are you just seeing like them like sitting at the table and stuff?
No, I just see the custom and three people in spectator.
Oh, so your game might be lagging because we're already in the bans.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it's like go ahead and like restart your game, I guess.
Okay, let's see.
So
I was like, I never got into spectator. I wonder what's taking so long.
So we are seeing a Mexican possibly bring in a photo or a Bloody Queen here, which could be very interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a Mexican's photo. I have gone against his Bloody Queen and Ripper, as well as his Anne.
Let's see.
That Rosie is going to be Oh no. Seems that Rosie's going to be playing Coordinator, Vera as Perfumer, Shinji as Cowboy, not Cord, and then Not My Realm as Gravekeeper. And it's like ensuring the double rescue. And it's a good thing too that they're not making Rosie being the only rescue as Cord, as then that very much gives their team over. It's better to do double rescue in this situation. Are you good? Wins?
Yeah, I'm not in the game.
Oh, no. I guess I'll be commentating for this situation. Because we are getting into the game here.
Yeah.
So we are going to be seeing Will's Wu Chang once again. Again, I was stream pretty much if you want to go off of that.
We'll bring in Krazoo for this round real quick because of the technical difficulties. I'll just fade into the background real quick.
Fades in the background for the quick rounds.
I'll be back later.
So it seems that Mexican does get a teleport straight onto the Perfumer, but the Perfumer doesn't get caught out fully. So she is able to make distance and have time to get her Perfume off again.
And hello, I'm back, fading back in real quick because technical difficulties for when. But I'm here.
Now we are seeing an up-down build on for a Mexican this time instead of left down.
Which is not as surprising. It being a smaller map too, you don't really have to worry about trump card, as well as with her being a Perfumer and other characters that hits are easier to get off and Insolent's presence able to be built. It's a little bit easier to not have to bring Insolence in essence.
Very much. it makes it a little bit easier, especially with so many windows in hospital for perfumer to use. Now she did end up being baited out of her first perfume, but she didn't get caught out for it there. But she was able to use both her other two perfumes perfectly in order to avoid being fully injured.
And now she's trying to wait out to see if he umbrellas and then vaulting the pallet, knowing that
because of White Wu Chang attack speed, even with the teleport, he isn't able to get the hit off.
But he's able to get this hit just because she was kiting more around the short wall than a long wall and wasn't able to get distance as much.
It seems that Shinji and Cord are both trying to put pressure onto Wu Chang with both a lasso and a gun.
It's kind of like a forward cowboy combo, but instead it's a Cord trying to go pew pew.
It's intimidating with gun, trying to see if he can bait out a pickup or shoot on pickup.
And if Cowboy's doing a really good job by pressuring, knowing that this is buying their team time to get ciphers done, as well as the Cord being able to have to relocate after getting hit.
Now Gravekeeper does get the cipher finished and is going to go for the rescue here. Cord's gonna focus another cipher while Cowboy also focuses on Statue, which was Perfumer's original cipher. Now, Cord is running Tide in this situation. Now, it ended up working out in their favor for her to run Tide, because now she doesn't have to... she didn't end up being the first one kiting, and if she did, she would have had a harder time kiting if she was the first.
It looks like Perfumer's trying to die in a more open area, so Cowboy can possibly assist.
And if not, at least in an area that the Cowboy can intimidate and she can wiggle free from. Now, Cowboy is running a left-right build this time instead of a down-right because they do have two rescuers. But he is being pressured quite a lot right now. Ooh, does touch the hit.
That was a really... And the pallet's done. Yeah, Cowboy did a really good job there by kiting this area as much as he could, as well as knowing that his pallet stun was a little longer, so he was able to make his way a distance away, so Wu Chang wasn't able to get another hit possibly on him.
However, is not running great power, so that pallet stun was not as long as it really could have been to maximize wasting time.
Ooh.
Stun ends up lacerating the hunter instead of the survivor. Cowboy did try his best, but I don't think he got the full one-tap lasso off. Now Cord is going to rescue here. He's going to end up vaulting the pallet to make they're much faster and just try and save instantly without getting soul siphoned. Excuse me.
So they both were soul siphoned, but Cord was able to get the gunshot off to try to buy some time for Perfumers to try to kite a little bit. But she was probably still confused because Soul Siphon does show a number of fake illusions of White Wu Chang, and it's quite difficult for sometimes survivors to realize who's the real Wu Chang.
And sometimes and I think she might have also gotten thrown off that she even got Soul Siphon because of the gun. But yeah. no matter what a stunt, and no matter if Wu Chang got stunned after teleport, the bell or the Soul Siphon will go off. Ooh, Cowboy does get hit by a balloon attack here. They end up being too close for a last one.
And we can see Gravekeeper and Coordinator are trying to get this one cipher done, and probably Gravekeeper is going to go in for the first save on Cowboy, especially since it's basement, and Gravekeeper is able to just dig into basement if he wants to use his shovel at this point. Ooh.
He tried to go for back tier, and Shinji is running too alone to survive, so he does break free, wasting even more time for them. But he is going to get caught out even with the borrowed time here, barely getting out of basement.
To note, Black Wu Chang does have a faster attack recovery, so he was able to down the cowboy and then be ready to get a second hit after the cipher was popped.
I think in that situation, they possibly could have just let Cowboy get chaired again instead of popping it there.
Yeah.
Because Cowboy was stuck in basement, and with it being Black Wu Chang full of Wu Chang, the attack recovery is going to be extremely short.
But it looks like for this round, it will be 2 points for Team Wyvern and 2 points for Team Yes.
Mm-hmm. So it is still very much neck and tied up fully. Let's see if next game, thank you, can go ahead and turn the tides around for these teams.
And that can fade back into the background, and a wind can take the spot.
Yeah, sorry about that. Hopefully everything will be fine now. I won't be stuck on trying to get into spectator for like 5 minutes and then realize that the game started without me.
Now we are gonna. Now this is the round rounds going on forward and into this round, and the next 2 rounds are going to be where we will be looking at Kiddo's point of view on stream. However, us as commentators, since we are spectating the match, we will be commentating on both. On the hunter's point of view too, because we can switch between them.
Yeah.
So for the hunter, we are getting thank you, not thank you, but Shinjiro. His former name is thank you. Thank you, who means evil reptilian. Okay, hold on, wait.
So it looks like he's meaning evil reptilian, feaster, helumber, and violinist. I'll be interested to see which one of those he pulls out for a first round.
Okay,
second round.
I had a background noise. My sister did not just came in the room without knocking or anything. I was like, okay.
It looks like they did ban the evil reptilian though, and he's banning on the survivor's part the seer and the cowboy.
Kiddo will not be playing his cowboy this time.
Yeah.
It is pretty much an S-Batch cowboy right now. And we have on Wyvern's team Sleepy, Kiddo, Hydrate, and Haru. Kiddo being a cowboy main, and then segregated.
Yeah, it looks like the cowboy ban is a targeted ban.
And then the lizard ban being a targeted ban as well.
Yeah.
Forcing him to go one of the secondaries of Feaster, Hellember, or what's the other one? Violinist.
Yeah, but with a seer and a cowboy ban, he does allow them to go for a triple rescue team with a priestess. And especially on a map like Sacred, that can be very difficult for the hunter, since priestess is very difficult to chase in hospital.
However, also going for the evil reptilian target ban, Shinji could also very much just go for a Dream Witch or a Bloody Cream, the 2 strongest hunters in the game.
Yeah, definitely.
Very much screws them over.
Yeah, we'll see what he pulls out.
But
we've been surprised multiple times so far.
Very much have been surprised. Shinji could very much but with running the triple rescue and a priestess, Shinji's pretty much forced to chase either forward or gravekeeper, as he doesn't want to chase priestess or mercenary at all.
Yeah.
So he's forced to chase someone who can do decent at kiting.
Ideally, if he finds the priestess in an area outside of hospital, she will
not be as
definitely much better as a chase. But
if Shinji gets very lucky, he could find priestess over in T-wall corner, and priestess could be completely useless in that area. But if priestess is in hospital, the best person for him to chase would have to be gravekeeper. He's not able to kite as long as forward or mercenary or priestess.
Yeah.
Like in all, he's the weakest kiter out of all of them. Even with shovels, he can waste time, but he's not able to kite as long as he would want to.
Yeah. And it looks like Shinji's going for Feaster.
Which is on the character sheet, so we're not getting thrown a wild card.
Yeah, it's not as surprising as it could have been, but Feaster's he's like a really good hunter, but like his main thing is like his main strength is in his late game camping, I think.
His camping is very much how he does win. Now he is running Blink. Now I would honestly say Patroller would be better instead of like Peepers or Blink, because Patroller, if you Patroller the Survivor, then you can immediately hit them with a tentacle and get them and stop the rescue, or if it's Mercenary, get a double hit.
Yeah, but Patroller does get countered by some of these survivors in
Like
various ways.
Gravekeeper can shovel, but
yeah, Forward could stun if he was in the right position, and a Priestess, especially in a place like Hospital, can avoid it altogether.
Now on stream we do see Kiddo transitioning quite a lot, so Kiddo is behind on Cypher to cutting, so Priestess is the one kiting in Hospital. So Priestess is gonna have to make up a lot of time for Kiddo having to rotate so much.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice portal.
Gets the portal just in time.
And she does have another portal up, so she's able to go back upstairs and get another portal off if she needs to.
Yeah. Which she does do, but accidentally portals into basement.
Oh wow, I thought this was fixed.
Oh no, it hasn't been changed yet.
Oh wow, I was fairly certain this was fixed in one of the updates.
I think it was supposed to come with the Priestess nerf of the portal timing, but they actually like have either canceled or delayed that nerf since it didn't.
I think it's actually delayed because I believe it is on Chinese servers.
Okay, yeah.
But it's actually, if I remember correctly, in one of the updates in the patch notes, Priestess's portal is no longer went all the way into basement. Ooh, charge attack there with the blink.
Yeah, you know. That does get her down.
And she's gonna be in basement, so they can just sell her.
Yeah.
Because Gravekeeper could go for the save here. However, if Beaster catches off, he pretty much has to go down the stairs with Shovel, because if he drops, he can just get drop hit and then stop, and then his rescue completely stopped.
Yeah, that'd be very difficult.
He's gonna be the one rescuing this time.
Oh.
He wasn't able to get the drop hit off. Now he is.
Oh yeah, uses the charged attack. Feaster's range really allows, like his charged attack range really allows for even better basement camping. Now
Sleepy was able to take another hit for her. Now he isn't going to take the portal, which he very much could, but as Priestess isn't marked at all, and Mercenary just wasted some more time by vaulting.
Yeah.
Now Shinji might just take the Mercenary and chair him.
Yeah.
As honestly, it's just get Mercenary at least a chair, so they have to save him, waste a tide.
And now they're probably healing the Priestess which will waste more of their time.
Yeah, waste more time. Let her be able to kite later on if she gets found.
Yeah, and looks like Kiddo's gonna just try to stall as much time as he can, considering Mercenary's long chair time.
And now all the rescuers are running tide, so no rescuer was running broken windows in case one of the rescuers got chased.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. He tried to place a tentacle to block the stun, but he does end up getting stunned before it.
He does get a hit on the Mercenary right before he's able to elbow pad away.
And Forward just barely dodges the tentacle. However, Forward's perfectly healed, so he can definitely waste more time with just stunning for Mercenary. Now, Mercenary does have 3 stacks on him.
Yeah, so he will be very slow. Oh, it does get a stun. But because of his delayed damage, even if he gets hits off on the Mercenary, it'll take time for them to
dodges the
for him to go down every time he does get rescued.
Now Sleepy's doing a good job by staying near walls, so Kiddo can waste more time for Gravekeeper and Priestess to code. Now Gravekeeper is the last one with the last Cypher left. The Cypher's around 70%. Ooh, and Mercenary's elbow pad got stopped entirely. So Mercenary got hit as he was elbow padding, so he didn't get a does
get a tentacle hit on the Forward as well.
Now they very much could have popped the cipher there, but it was a better option to wait for a save on a save.
Yeah, he was very far away from like a good area to kite. So
yeah, and if it popped, he would have had distance, but it would have been hard with Feaster blocking the main ways of good kiting areas.
Yeah, this will be a difficult position because Feaster. All right. So yeah, they popped the cipher.
That's a slightly late pop there, and he's gonna go after the Gravekeeper instead because he can tentacle hit the shovels.
Yeah, it looks like the Grave's just gonna try to wait out as much time as he can so that he can dig once he has it and take a detention hit with that.
Now, Feaster is going to teleport here, but there is a super portal there right now, so Priestess very much could take it and go back all the way to hospital.
Yeah. Although it doesn't look like she's going to do that unless... Ooh. She did set up that portal, so now she can. But the Feaster looks like he's going after the Mercenary.
And it seems that Mercenary is going to go back for the portal, go for the super portal. Oh, no, it does not. Gravekeeper has the door open, so it looks like they might be getting a 4-man out for 5 points.
Yeah, it does look like they'll get that up. Yep. Yeah.
It is a 4-man.
That's one of the other things that makes Hospital such a difficult map for hunters. It's that, like, especially like if the final chase is in Hospital and the front gate is open, all the survivor really needs to do against most hunters is just vault that window and they'll make it before the hunter can catch up to them. Except for like special situations like geisha dashing or someone with some sort of teleport ability.
Now, I think in that Shinji had a tough situation there. There he did get the drop hit, but Mercenary was able to elbow pad to the chair and avoid and ended up taking hits for Priestess for her to get away. I think in that situation, Shinji probably could have just kept targeting Priestess instead.
Yeah, it was a very difficult position since, I mean, it's an annoying team. Like, you don't really want to chase any rescuer, but then your last option is a Priestess in Hospital.
Yeah. In that situation, if he could have found Gravekeeper, he would have been in a much better situation there. And they're chasing him first instead.
Yeah, definitely.
Now we are going to be seeing a yes hunting here again. And it is going to be a 2 hunter ban and a 3 survivor ban, so Shinji might have a better time by banning multiple of their characters.
Yeah.
As he ended up banning Cowboy, which was an okay move, but Kiddo does play another harasser forward, so it did not end up helping him too much in the end.
Yeah. So it looks like the survivors want to ban Evil Reptilian and Feaster.
But they might switch off. Oh, nope. Looks like they are going to go
those.
Now, if we're going off of Shinji, if Shinji's going to stick with mains, he only has Hellember and Violinist left. Now, Cowboy forward and Priestess, as it is a Red Church, so Priestess is a decent ban here.
Yeah.
Especially with his last two characters that he plays, they don't have any real mobility other than Hellember puppets.
The Hellember's puppets do give him some mobility, but even without that, Priestess's support on this map is very difficult to deal with, even if it's not necessarily just the super portal.
Now, with no Seer ban, they are going to take advantage of it, or the Seer main Jion is going to take advantage of it and play Seer. Oh no, might they be playing Prism? Now, Seer is actually a good option here, especially if they realize they might get a Hellember. So then they can help Cord or Mercenary or Gravekeeper get a save off against Hellember, who has the best camping in this game.
Yeah, it looks like they're going again with the triple rescue strategy with a Seer this time, since he's not banned. But in this situation, it wouldn't be unusual to see the Cord running broken windows, actually.
Or even before, like if it was just Cord and Gravekeeper or Cord Cord would most likely still run Broken Windows. It honestly would be better. Because her gun is very much a tide. She can make distance, she can take a hit. And she can use the gun to get the rescue off and then take a hit, so then the shared survivor gets a lot of distance.
Yeah. Personally, I think like a Cord should always be running Tide if there's only one other rescuer. But if there's two others, like it's definitely not unusual to see Broken Windows.
For me myself, whenever I play Cord with Cap, he plays forward, so I'll end up running just kiting, and I'll always let him know. He knows I'm running kiting.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times I do end up getting chased first, and no one ever expects me to be running Broken Windows. So I end up kiting for quite a long time for 4 ciphers around that. And it's just they did not expect it, and they just keep chasing me because I'm a coordinator that has gun or using it early.
Yeah, I guess it like kind of depends. It's just I've also been in situations where like a coordinator as a second rescue like had already used her gun or something like that, and it's just I guess it really is just like kind of at that point it's a bit more up to like what people think would be better.
Because Cord isn't that good of a kiter with her only running Tide, because her gun, she uses her gun, it buys her 5-8 seconds, but if she's not running Broken Windows, she does not make any distance whatsoever, even with Nitro. She won't be able to get that far. Now we are going to be stealing Hellember here, which is good and bad. Honestly, if he was going to be playing Hellember, it probably would have been better to ban Mercenary, because Mercenary could get an owl on save and just be perfectly fine with the rescue even better.
It looks like he did know that someone spawned in Red Carpet with that spawn, but unfortunately it was the Mercenary, and had it been someone else, they would have probably been able to transition quite easily to Graveyard.
Mm-hmm. Now he is running an up-down build, Wanted Order, Desperate Fight, Panic, and Hunt 1, which is very interesting, is that the meta for Hellember is to run downright max Hunt, or to run Insolence if you aren't able to get Hunt active as quickly, or if you don't have as much like confidence in finding someone.
It looks like he does find the Cord, who is running Tide in this match.
So she isn't going to be able to kite as well, and she's in Graveyard, but she is in Graveyard, which is the best kiting area. However, Hellember does have Blink ready, so she could very much get hit during a gunshot. She blinked on she throws a pallet or gets Terror Shock, something of the sort.
Yeah.
Now, Hellember is getting a buff next week in the upcoming at the start of the new season, which is very much going to help him, as he's going to start off with a Phantom.
Yeah, I think there's going to be quite a bit with that can help make him more viable. I think, aren't they increasing, like, they're adjusting his pad, I think, a little bit, and his speed?
I don't think so on that. I think what they're actually doing is they're giving him a Phantom, and then they're actually fixing the AI for the dolls, and so that they don't stand there and swing.
Yeah.
So they'll go ahead and swing like a normal hunter.
Ooh, misses the blink.
Misses the blink and gets the gun off, so Corey's gonna be able to kite even longer. However, she does have a pallet here too, so she can just use this for a knee-jerk reflex later on.
Seer still hasn't used his owl, so it'll be interesting to see if he uses his owl for the coordinator to extend her kite even longer, or if he will save it for the rescue.
Now he's trying to use the Phantom to cut her off here.
Oh, he did speculation, give the owl.
Now, the Phantom is chasing her, so she's gonna try and she needs to just keep running, because if she tries to do anything that makes her stand still she will be hit by the Phantom.
Yeah. But the last 2 ciphers are getting very close to being completed.
He is gonna try and cut off. Ooh, Miss ends up swinging too early, and she is gonna end up getting this pallet here with knee jerk.
Yeah, and getting even more distance.
Now, Seer's cipher is actually almost primed too. It's around 95.
Yeah, it looks like it will be primed in time by the time she goes down. So at this point,
rescue.
She might just try to take a basic attack from...
Try and pallet stun Hellumber specifically.
Yeah.
She needs to avoid taking a hit from the Phantom. In which she does, and Shinji did end up swinging. I think Shinji, what he could have done is just force her to get hit by Phantom and then immediately swing on her.
Yeah. It looks like he did teleport to the puppet and is now switching targets to try to put pressure on the gates instead. But unfortunately does find the mercenary, who still has all of his elbow pads.
And as well as he does not have a second doll, and he barely has enough for one Phantom. So Mercenary's gonna be able to kite for a long time, possibly even make it to dungeon, which is
yeah.
Too. So this is going to be a 5-man escape for Wyvern.
Yeah.
Now, it was very interesting to actually see a Hellumber. It was very, very good. It was something new we rarely ever get to see, but Hellumber is just really weak of a character.
Yeah.
It's very hard to get.
Especially at early game. Like, when he doesn't have presence, he really struggles to do anything. His camping is very good, so... That's why, like, I think so many people see Hellumber running Insolence, because once he gets more presence, if he can get it down, he can make the rescuer's life very difficult, but...
Now, looking at points, Yes is over here with 6 points, and Wyvern is here with 16. So it looks like Wyvern will be moving on into the finals tomorrow. Tomorrow, as they have won this set with those 5 points specifically.
Yeah.
So
and
I
you'll
will
be seeing...
props to both sides here. Oh, Krazoo needs to move. There we go. Now we are going to be seeing a Mexican here playing Hunter. We are going to be seeing a Mexican here as the Hunter, as again he means Disciple, Ripper, and Violinist.
Yeah. I'm interested to see which of those.
Or if he'll throw us a curveball, as his team has won the bracket.
Yeah.
As we did with Luna last bracket with Geisha, something that we didn't know she touched and even played.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it'll partially depend on the bands as well.
So it looks like we will be seeing we will be seeing Shinji replaced with Ice from the first round. So we will be seeing Ice, Rosie, Not My Realm, and Sweet. And so they very much have like a wide variety of teams. They've got 2 people that play Rescuer, then they have 2 Kiters, and they have a Seer main who can also play Kiter and Prospector if need be.
Yeah. So they did ban Anne and Bloody Queen, so there's still plenty we can see. Ripper, Violinist,
Could be see a Smiley as
Wu Chang again.
We could see Wu Chang again. Now he is banning Mercenary and Seer, but he's contemplating on what to ban next. He could go for a target ban because again his team has won the bracket, or he could just go for a meta ban of Gravekeeper or a Priestess and forward, so on and so forth.
Yeah. Looks like he's banning Gravekeeper to try to avoid the triple rescuer meta team. And now we see the survivors picking, so far, mostly Kiters.
Which, again, it's like, of course, they didn't, like, there isn't a way for them to win this bracket, but they might as well, like, just play, have fun, or just try and win stuff, just show what they can really do before the end of the bracket.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's upsetting, but sometimes you just kind of want to have fun, like especially with this last round. Just play characters you don't normally play. Just have fun with it. And all in all, both teams did very well. Well, respectively, they all tried, and everyone tried their best, and it all came down to into the last game as well.
Yeah.
I give props to
plays from both sides. Yeah, it looks like on the Survivor side, there's going to be an Acrobat and a Prospector, and then possibly Perfumer and Coordinator.
They very much could just ditch Coordinator, or Coordinator could just run Kiting.
Yeah.
And they could just run a full rescue team, full kiting team, because who needs a rescuer if if everyone's gonna last forever?
Yeah, so 3 kiters and a rescuer, but anyone in this situation could get chased, really.
There isn't necessarily a bad chase. Maybe the bad chase in this situation is possibly Perfumer.
Yeah.
But that just gives Wu Chang free presence.
Yeah.
And then Acrobat. And then if it's a White Wu Chang against Acrobat, White Wu Chang wins pretty much all the time.
Yeah, it'll be difficult. Like either way, like I feel like both sides can do very well against the other, but like no one's one of those like characters that like you just don't chase that like mercenary.
It's like if we are getting Wu Chang here, so very much Wu Chang can literally chase anyone and be perfectly fine with it.
Yeah.
With Coordinator as the main rescue, Prospector with White Wu Chang or Black Wu Chang as he can get his attack recovery removed, Perfumer for presence, Acrobat because his balls don't do anything against White Wu Chang, charge attack.
Not to mention, Wu Chang's White Guard charged attack is very difficult for Prospector's magnets in the open.
Because White Wu Chang's the charge attack does go past the magnet range.
Yeah.
No, I can say that if Prospector did end up getting his range nerfed before, because we did see it on test servers at one point that he would get 2 magnets at the start and then get his range nerfed, it would hurt Prospector a lot more. He'd start with 2 magnets, but he honestly for a lot of hunters, they'd be able to just get their attack recovery canceled. So it definitely would just make Prospector a weaker character.
Yeah.
Probably why they canceled the changes for him.
Yeah. So the Prospector is the one kiting first, and he's used this last magnet, but now the Wu Chang decides to teleport away to the Acrobat.
Ooh, it teleports onto Acrobat, so he gets a free hit there.
Yeah. And
he's gonna be able to avoid the mud bomb.
The mud bomb. It looks like the Acrobat's transitioning to the Breakables area where both the Perfumer and the Coordinator were decoding, so he does switch to the Perfumer.
Try and get some free presence or have her waste perfumes.
It's a little difficult to kite Blackguard Wu Chang as Perfumer, in my opinion, at times, specifically in terms of getting the perfumes off, since his attack is so fast. And especially when he has presence, he can tell you to make sure you can't perfume if you are full health or just to get you down if you're already injured.
However, if she does get saved and he doesn't end up going for a perfumer and gets healed, she can use those 2 perfumes because it was good on her to not use them afterwards.
Yeah.
Or it's because they would have just been useless to her. They would have tried. It would have wasted like slightly a little bit of time, but it wouldn't have really mattered too much.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, at that point it kind of just depends. Like, if you think it'll buy you enough time like, for a transition and a good kite, then I think it can be really good.
He does get the gun off on a Bell. Oh, so that at least buys them some distance to avoid being hurt by Bell there.
Yeah.
In which, Wu Chang very much could have vaulted that pallet to block the window before and just intimidate the Perfumer even more with the umbrella still there.
I think he tried to vault it, but the animation of the umbrella returning came just as he was about to.
Prospect is going to try and help the Perfumer just a little bit, but Perfumer is going to pick up the magnet.
And unfortunately, she is dying right next to Acrobat's Cypher. So that'll...
Like missing a last Cypher here. Cord's going to actually finish and go work on Acrobat's original Cypher and take that.
Yeah. It should be quite worked on, considering the Prospector stalled. Yeah. It's almost completed, since Acrobat stalled so much time early game. But it's difficult for the survivors right now, because they can't really work on Acrobat's Cypher.
Now, Acrobat is running Tide, as he is an off-rescuer. It's honestly better for him to run Tide. He is going to take a hit for the Perfumer.
Yeah.
But we are stuck on that Cypher right there. at the moment, so Perfumer's gonna have to waste time trying to get away from that Cypher, get the Cypher Pines.
Acrobat is trying to die away so that if the Wu Chang did decide to switch targets to him, he couldn't get chaired too close to the Cypher.
Perfumer is going to be dead on chair here. Acrobat is going to go down right next to Perfumer's chair as well, so he's going to be found out. And then Prospector is probably going to have to go save unless they're going to heal, which looks like they are.
Yeah. It's a difficult position, like, in terms of, like, who to send for the save, because Coordinator doesn't really have anything, but Prospector is the faster decoder. But since it is a full presence Wu Chang, this save can be very difficult to make, especially when she's been found so far out. Which is why Prospector could have been a good choice. That was a... yeah.
He did end up swinging on the head. He very much could have just belled there to stop the rescue, and probably forced them to save the other half.
Yeah, but she did do a good job dodging the hit to get close enough that he couldn't hit her and then bell her afterwards.
Now, he did end up changing the Coordinator because he figured the Cypher wasn't timed just yet. But if it was, they had to wait more time to come save the Coordinator.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice stun there from the Prospector.
And both the Acrobat and Coordinator have gotten away and are going back to the Cypher Acrobat was working on, while Prospector just tries to stall some time.
Now, it doesn't seem like either of them are actually going back for the Graveyard Cypher, and they're working on the Acrobat's second Cypher that he was working on.
But it is Prime, so it's close enough. They do end up popping it. If Prospector stays in this area and the Wu Chang doesn't get off of him, he might actually end up being able to get Dungeon since it's in Graveyard.
Yeah, and as well as he has another magnet there. He may not have one in his inventory, but he has another magnet right nearby for him to pick up.
Yeah.
Ooh, cancels the bell too, so that he does not in animation.
But the fast attack does hit him through the window, and Acrobat with slower gate opening speed is opening the gate that's very close to where the Prospector is getting cleared.
I think in a situation of when there was priming a Cypher, Coordinator needed to run off and go and get to a gate, while Acrobat primed it, since because of Acrobat's slower gate speed. However, they are gonna get umbrellaed on right here, and they're possibly both getting Soul Siphoned.
Well, it looks like they did avoid getting Soul Siphoned, but the gate is still not open.
It's not open yet, but it's very close. But he's putting his attention onto the Coordinator, so Coordinator is gonna have to fight for a little bit.
But Prospector was healed by the Acrobat. The Coordinator does go down, and unfortunately, since she's still down in this area, they won't be able to...
There doesn't apply to cancel the bell. Cancel the bell. Ooh, does push him away a little bit, but it's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, they won't be... They're still not able to open this gate. And
Attention is almost over. So they Acrobat very much could come back, heal up either Prospector, or save Coordinator. Like he might do. Now, if Prospector crawls all the way to that corner, he cannot be chaired if he's running able to survive. And even if he isn't, he won't make it to a chair because the chair is being used.
Unfortunately, the gate is still not open though, which puts the survivors in a very difficult position. Prospector did pick himself up, but
The Coordinator is running off towards Shaq.
Yeah, it looks like she might try to go to the other gate and open it instead. It's unfortunate that Prospector died so close to that gate, which enabled the Wu Chang to chair him there.
Prospector did get Soul Siphoned too.
But he did have a magnet to stall out some of the time.
Cord is searching a chest right now over towards front breakable, hopefully getting an item that's useful while Acrobat goes ahead, picks himself up, and opens the gate.
And the gate is almost done, but the Wu Chang did start heading over and decided not to risk continuing opening the gate, especially with like slow gate opening speed.
Now, Acrobat right there just tried to launch himself through the window, but I believe that was actually changed so that he can't do that through some of those windows now.
Yeah, I think there were some changes with that.
Some of them he can't vault over now with the bomb.
It looks like they're almost done with opening that gate, but now the Wu Chang is here since he can just wait out the Acrobat who's used up his self heal.
Corner does get hit and get belted, and she isn't going to get hit.
Yeah, since neither of the gates have been open, it's very possible to get a 4-man here.
The door isn't open yet. It is literally a one tap.
Yeah. And looks like the prospector's running back to the other gate to pick up the Acrobat and try to get a draw.
And it looks like in this situation at the moment that neither of the survivors can pick themselves up if they do go down. So Prospector would heal Acrobat.
Both of them have used up their self heals, so at this point, if the Prospector goes down, but as he did, this will look like a 4-man elimination.
So that is going to be 5 points for Wyvern once again. So that is 21 points for Wyvern and 6 for Yes.
Yeah.
And it was like great job to both teams. Everyone did do their best, and we did see a lot of really good plays from both sides.
Yeah. Very nice job.
So we'll go ahead, take another 10-minute intermission, and we'll geek on the way back for next bracket, which will be Chair Shot Collectors against the Suits, and I will be feeding into the background while Krazoo and Wind are here.
Yeah. Hello, stream.
Hello
I'm
there.
back, the lovely Krazoo, and me and Wend will be commentating for Chair Shot Collector team versus Soups.
Indeed, we will. All right, so it looks like Terror Shock collectors will be hunting first, right? And
I was like trying to. Yeah. Okay.
Alright.
So hi everybody. Yeah, we just had to quickly to have someone mute up.
We apologize for the technical difficulties, but it looks like it's all sorted out now. Yeah, so it looks like the Terror Shock collectors will be hunting first.
Yeah.
And
we'll be seeing, I think, Frosty Flakes will be hunting for them, and then for the survivors from Soup, we will be seeing Sean Soup, HF BMO, Size Soup, and let me scroll over, and oh, what is this? I don't know. I think we have a substitute going on.
Oh, yeah. One of them isn't on currently, so I'm not sure. Okay, Angel Soup is going to be substituting for one of the players for now. So Sean Soup, it looks like their mains are Priestess, Perfumer, with secondary mains as Enchantress and Doctor. Angel Soup plays Mercenary, Grave, and Barmaid. BMO plays Prospector, Perfumer, Priestess, Forward, and Say Soup is a Seer and Mercenary main, and also plays Prisoner and Mechanic. And we are seeing Frosty Flakes hunting first. So we'll see if we'll see Soul Weaver, their main, or maybe Ripper as their secondary. Or maybe we'll be surprised and it'll be someone entirely new.
We don't ever know. Okay, characters like to they like to throw out random characters that aren't in our knowledge that they play.
Yeah.
We have no say about this. So if we're surprised by it and if someone plays something we haven't mentioned, don't scream at us. You know, we didn't know. Essentially.
Yeah, it looks like they did pick Arms Factory for the first map. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, and there's going to be one survivor ban for this round. So we shall see who Frosty Flakes decides to ban as the first survivor.
Looks like Frosty Flakes might be banning Priestess.
Oh no.
Or Seer.
Yes.
They end up deciding.
I was waiting for the Seer ban. Seer, I guess Seer won't be being played as much in this tournament. I think he was able to be played once this whole tournament, but yeah.
I think Seer is a better ban on this map specifically, just because this is Priestess's worst map.
Yeah.
Although she does have her super portal, her support is not as great as it can be, and on different maps it's significantly better. And Seer's support is always quite a big threat for any hunter.
Yeah.
So
but it looks
Bonbon.
Yeah, except for Bonbon directs all survivors essentially. But it looks like we'll be seeing Perfumer from Sean Soup. Size Soup is Prisoner, playing Prisoner. HFBMO looks like they're going to be playing Merc, and Angel Soup was going to be playing a Gravekeeper. So we have a Rescuer comp, which is a pretty common in tournament and high tier gameplay. Perfumer, she's known to be a meta character, so it's right that we see her. And Prisoners often interchanged with Mechanic to try to get decoding progress in.
Yeah. And we'll see who Frosty Flakes chooses. So far, we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll see if it might be the Soul Weaver or Ripper, or maybe someone else entirely.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Arms Factory is a very common first round map pick, especially in like more like official tournaments and stuff, where in like I guess like Chinese tournaments and stuff, most teams will usually have a very strong Dream Witch player, and Dream Witch is, I mean, this is one of her best maps, Factory, which is why like people often open up with Arms Factory to give the hunter an advantage, and also for their survivors to perform as well as they possibly can against this hunter that strong.
Yeah.
And it does look like Frosty Flakes chose Spider for first round.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they are a Spider player, so it makes sense that they chose to decide to play them this round. But also it's interesting enough because they do main Spider. Usually people would try to play one of their secondaries the first few rounds because they don't want people to know who their main is and possibly to ban their main. But also if people know this information, playing your main is a good idea considering being able to assure you get those points earlier on.
Yeah. I think Factory can be pretty good for Spider, to be honest, because there's a lot of tight spaces to set up webs and then start like trapping people. Ooh. Does get the window hit. Yeah, I mean, the Prisoner here has to do his best to transition before the Spider can really start setting up her webs and trapping him, basically. You can't really stay in one spot for too long against her, since she'll just set up all her webs and then go so fast.
Also to note, the Spider is running a down left build with 2 into Control Freak and 3 into Giant Claw, as well as having Tinnitus, no survivors. So she does have Insolence, meaning she can able to get her web shots off that do a quarter of a damage.
And actually, if you look at the presence bar right now, since she got the web hit and then a Terror Shock on the Prisoner, she's one spit away from full presence. So that means if she lands the next time, like her next skill, that if she lands both times, she can either stuff the rescuer entirely or at least get that double hit on them.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it looks like she did miss the spit on the mercenary.
Yeah. And to note, this chair that the Prisoner was just on was moved to this location after the Orange Factory changes and was swapped with its previous location where there is now a cipher.
Yeah. The Spider is running Peepers, which puts, which is very difficult, like, for the survivors, because as she stacks up her webs in an area and the Peepers also slow them down, it makes it very difficult to get away. And it looks like the Gravekeeper is going in for the next save.
But it looks like the Spider
I'm not sure. This looks like some lag.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they're not moving right now.
So we do not know what the protocol is for this happening. We shall see. But for now, we're just seeing
I think
that.
we can pause the deduction.
Yeah. Oh.
Looks like they're gonna restart.
Yep.
Well,
I don't have that.
Yeah, I'm not really
button
sure.
ability, so I didn't. Oh wait.
It looks like they've returned. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna try to. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're from the point of view we're looking at, the spider is looking to see where the survivors had ran off to. She looks like she's going toward Perfumer Cipher, knowing that that's the last cipher, and to try to get her downed.
Yeah. But it looks like the cipher was primed, so now she's gonna try to stall out some time.
And
Well,
looks like yeah, she's migrating to the door, knowing that people are probably trying to get the door open, and is able to get the spit off on the mercenary, which is going to slow him down, as well as having the peepers in this location gives out the prisoner's location as well.
yeah, not to mention that since she did get this fit on the mercenary, he now cannot take a detention hit. He will instantly go down if he does get hit with detention.
Yeah, as well as it allows the spider to see his location. And
Looks like a surrender.
yep.
It looks like it might be some connection issues still. All right, because of the disconnection, there will be a rematch since I mean clearly that like significantly affected the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there will be a rematch going on here.
It's okay, Frosty Flakes. You know,
Yeah.
things happen. The server's been boosted since the latest essence came out. So
Yeah, it's
you
been
know,
so. Dude, I had like a week where I just couldn't play rank because I'd spike to like 400 ping randomly for like a few minutes straight in a game or something. It was such a mess.
yeah, like I had like a number of games where it just automatically started lagging as soon as we logged in. It would like rise to 600, 700, 800, and keep like rising and be like rubber banding backwards. So
there'd also be the games where like literally like everyone in the match
is
would have
lagging.
like 900 ping.
Yeah.
Like, God, it was such a mess. Like I had a game where like I was kiting some Anne as mechanic, and then I was lagging, but she was lagging, and the cowboy trying to rescue me was lagging.
Oh no. Yeah.
Like I went like I got stunned by the cats, but then because of her lag, she missed the hit on me, and then I was just running in a straight line, but then she couldn't catch up to me.
Oh no.
God, it was such a mess. It was like multiple games like that was going on. I think a lot of people have also like been joining the game, so there might be too many people for the server to handle right now.
Yeah, as well as like all the like characters and costumes that they added.
Yeah.
Because the game I think is like around like 3 gigabytes full of storage. So it's like it's very impactful on people's games as well. Probably the server, people connecting to it.
Yeah, hopefully hopefully they work out a solution for that. Looks like the same.
It should be, but I don't know what they're doing right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they should be going the same team and everything.
Yeah. There's it's going to be a restart. There's no changing, or should be no changing of characters.
Yeah, the van is the same.
So we're just waiting for people to do what they got to do so that we can get back into the gameplay.
Yeah, and hopefully there won't be any lag affecting the game this time.
So just to recap things, for bracket 1, we did see Lucky Guy OP moving on into the next round, 17 points. With We Tried having 8 points. In bracket 2, we did see Yes having 6 points, with Wyvern moving on to the next round with 21 points. And this is bracket 3, where we're seeing Soups versus Terror Shot Collectors.
All right, and we're back into the match. Hopefully everything goes smoothly. And it looks like Spider again putting down a peeper in the middle to keep track of that cipher and finding the prisoner first in the sandbags area of the map. Destroys the connection so that people can't use that later on. But that does buy the prisoner some distance. Ideally, he won't want to stay in this area for too long.
No.
Since the spider will start to stack up the webs and the peepers and make it very difficult. Although it looks like she's having a little bit of trouble finding him, but
yeah,
on the blood trail and sees the merc and the prisoner.
So she's going to leave the merc, especially knowing he just used an elbow pad to get away. It's better to chase a decoding character rather than a rescue character, because decoding characters typically don't have any items or abilities that help them kite longer, like rescue characters do.
Not to mention, they do decode faster, while the Cypher Rush will be a lot slower with only rescuers decoding. Yeah, looks like the Perfumer has popped her first Cypher already, and the Gravekeeper's is pretty far. Mercenary did get interrupted by the prisoner coming to his Cypher, but is getting some progress done. Does get the hit with the pallet.
Yep. And so we're going to see that prisoner is going to be transitioning into factory, and it was known as the she's able to get the spit off. But it is known to be an OP kiting area. But since the recent changes, it's not as strong, but it's still a strong area nonetheless.
Yeah. Mercenary popped his Cypher, so now Gravekeeper and Perfumer are working on the last 2 Cyphers. And since Perfumer is finished working on Factory Cypher, the prisoner could kite here to buy some more time, but since the spider did start stacking up all those webs, was able to speed up quite fast to get him down.
Yeah, and zoom into hitting the prisoner.
Yeah. Both of the ciphers are pretty far, around 60% each, so it's very likely that the last cipher will be primed by the time, like, even if prisoner immediately goes down, they will be primed for the next rescue. Ooh, gets the double hit on, is likely to,
the terror shot.
Gets the double spit on the merc from the presence and gets the terror shock on him. Very nice. This could really change the game around, actually.
Very nice indeed. And is picking up the merc so that she's able to use him as a kind of tool to get free attack, no attack recovery hits.
Yeah. The Perfumer's going in for the rescue, but oh, she does have Tide. So that's very convenient. So now picks up the Mercenary just in case the Cypher is primed, which at this point it is. And looks like the Perfumer's gonna try to go in for the save again, unless... No, it looks like the Gravekeeper's gonna go.
So it looks like Perfumer's trying to transition out, and then Gravekeeper is trying to go for the save.
Yeah, it looks like the Perfumer didn't want to risk, like, getting spit on and then going down. Does hit the chair again.
Yeah, looks like she was trying to go for the swing, but missed at the chair to try to bait it out, but she did end up hitting the chair. So it looks like she's trying to go after the Mercenary to try to get him down.
Yeah. If she gets one spit on him, he will end up going down pretty soon afterwards. But it looks like she is switching targets to the
prisoner.
prisoner, and
This
that shock
palette
palette
is done. Yeah.
Ooh. Gets palette stunned, and it looks like two of the gates are open, but one of the gates is open, but Mercenary's at the other one opening it. And since he isn't able to get out in time, the prisoner wasn't able to get dungeon.
Yep. And it looks like Mark decided to leave, knowing he's able to go down with a detention hit and not risk trying to go back in, even though he does still have Tide at this point. So we will be seeing, what is this? Pull up the document. This would be 3 points for Team Soup and 1 for Terror Shock Collectors.
Yeah.
Who did indeed get a Terror Shock. So they're stacking up their Terror Shocks. Okay.
Yeah. That was a really good play from the Spider. I think that definitely could have. That really put the survivors in a much more difficult situation. And if the perfumer hadn't had Tide, I think that would have actually put the survivors in a much more difficult position, since if the Gravekeeper hadn't been able to prime the Cypher in time, if Prisoner had gone down after that rescue,
he would have been dead on chair, and also Merc would have been chaired next after that.
Yeah. So now we're seeing Angel Soup hunt, while the Terror Shock Collector survivors are on the survivor side. Angel Soup mains Dream Witch and Wu Chang with a secondary main of Axe Boy. And it looks like there's 16th Dream Witch at the moment.
And for Team Terror Shock Collectors, we're seeing that Yeonji, they are a perfumer main with a secondary as doctor and lawyer. Person after my own heart, I like lawyer. I'm a lawyer main myself. She has a C badge and perfumer. Renary is a gardener main, and her secondaries are Merc and Priestess with an A badge and gardener. Penguin Kais is a seer main, but they also secondary prisoner, and their last member of their team is a mercenary main with a secondary and forward with a, I think, B badge for Merc. So
yeah, I mean, as I was saying earlier, Dream Witch is a very arguably the strongest hunter in the game. Very dangerous, very hard to win against or even tie against at time, but also very difficult to play. But also this is one of her best maps, and for first round, I'm definitely expecting to see a Dream Witch, but we might be surprised.
Yeah, we might be. Okay. But they are a very scary Dream Witch, so they might just pull out the Dream Witch in hopes that possibly looks like we're seeing a sub at this point. I don't know. But oh nope. Okay. Anyways, so yeah, Angel Soup is Angel Soup is a really good Dream Witch. Very scary. Dream Witch in herself. She's very scary, especially on smaller maps, because she's able to have so much map pressure.
Yeah.
And we're looking at maybe a seer ban, which is common among most hunters.
Yeah.
Seer able to body block, take one hit with his owl, or body block a hit with his owl for another teammate. Helps buy time for other survivors to kite or himself to kite. So top ban typically.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we might be seeing the Dream Witch from Angel Soup. On the survivor side, they do look like they're going kind of as an anti-Dream Witch team. For Patroller Dream Witch, Perfumer is difficult, but she is in Perfumer is a bit of a Dream Witch counter, especially since if she perfumes the leech does disappear. But Patroller does counter Perfumer quite well. Gravekeeper, if he gets Patrollered and goes underground, the Patroller won't affect him until he gets hit out of it. So he's also a very strong Dream Witch counter in the Patroller Dream Witch sense. And Gardener with her shield in the early game just completely eliminates that early hit from getting snuck up on early on. And Mercenary as the best rescuer in the game, of course. Very strong in general.
Yeah. Being able to take up to 3 hits and delay healing allows him to get distance and be able to save in case the Dream Witch gets an early hit on him and then gets a secondary hit on him while he's trying to save.
Yeah. And yeah, I am curious to see if it's going to be a Blink Dream Witch or a Patroller Dream Witch. Could go either way. Patroller Dream Witch was the meta, but Blink Dream Witch is starting to kind of come back in a way, although it often depends on the team comp.
Also, people typically run a downright Dream Witch with Patroller being the meta, and then switching to Blink or Abnormal depending on the circumstances. Maybe even Teleport.
Yeah.
So, as we're loading in, we see that she does have, I think this is the newer skin that came out with the first season essence. Well, not this first essence in the season. Yes. And so we look and we see that she's going towards the middle and runs into the Perfumer, but ignores her.
It looks like she is going Blink Dream Witch, so I think in this situation, she kind of wants to maybe like sneak up on people and like get a few early hits if possible. I think getting some presence will also be good to get more leeches on the map faster. Since she's not running Patroller, Perfumer is a bit more difficult to chase as Dream Witch. Oh, it looks like she's gonna vault the window so that the Gravekeeper can't. And he gets hit out of his shovel, too. Very good play from the Dream Witch.
Yeah. That's a not so known, but it's a often common Dream Witch play where she will vault a window with her main body and then switch to one of her followers so that someone's not able to vault said window.
It looks like her blink is up, but she doesn't even need to use it to get the Gravekeeper down since he was trapped between his leech and the spawn follower. She did take advantage of the Gravekeeper bringing her to Perfumer's Cipher and got that leech down, so now she can disrupt the decoding while also camping.
It looks like she tried to go for the Terror Shock, but was a little late on it, but is able to get a hit off on Merc and a downing hit. Ooh, double hit on Merc.
And usually I think, yeah, she's gonna go to leech the Merc so that she can get 2 tears, which will put the survivors in a very difficult position. They have popped 2 ciphers already, but they're gonna have 2 people on chair, which will be very difficult to manage. It looks like the Gardener cleansed the Perfumer of her leech, so that'll give her less pressure to give.
To possibly going for the save on the Mercenary, or Looks like they're going to be selling the Gravekeeper, knowing that he's too far away for anybody to go save. So
Yeah.
the coding is their best bet at this point. Especially there's different techniques when going against a Dream Witch. You can't always try to go for a save as you can against hunters that only have one attacker at a time.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like the mercenary is on chair right now. The gardener was getting pressured. But as of now, it doesn't look like anyone's saving.
Nope.
They might be trying to just get as much decoding done to maybe go for a 1-min. But...
Ooh, that was a good dodging of the blink hit by the perfumer, but she does end up taking this hit anyway. But luckily, it was from her follower, so she was able to remove her leech through that way.
Yeah. Just checking in on the mercenary to make sure no one's saving and continues to put some pressure. It looks like she did spot the gardener going in for the save, so just gonna go over.
Gardner does take this hit here and does not have tide, so she will be going down here. And Merc used his owl pass to try to get away as far as possible.
Yeah. When the perfumer is continuing to decode. Yeah, she's probably gonna try to see if she can get another hit on the mercenary and maybe, yeah. Maybe on the perfumer as well, if she can get her down here. She might take advantage of her blink being up. Yep.
And she does indeed.
The gardener did pick herself up.
Yeah. So it looks like Gardner's trying to finish his last cipher, or this one cipher in factory, while the Dream Witch is making her way over there, knowing that's in the general direction that Gardner was, and also sees Gardner now.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is a very difficult position for the survivors. The perfumer's almost about to self-heal, yeah, and she might go try to pick up the mercenary, but he does have a leech by him.
So it is a dangerous thing to try to attempt. And Gardner did end up going down. So we are seeing that the Merc is being carried by one of the followers, and the Dream Witch is going to be cheering him, so he will be out of the game. And there's only the perfumer and Gardner left. Gardner has indeed used her self pick, so she won't be able to get up herself. So perfumer is going to either go and try to attempt to heal her up, or kite long enough to get dungeon while Gardner bleeds out.
Yeah. But, you know, with 2 ciphers remaining, the only hope is to wait until the gardener bleeds out, but that's very difficult to do when the hunter is chasing her, and she does go down. So, yeah, we're gonna see a 4-man elimination
for this, and we're going to see 5 points for Team Soup, and this will be 0 points for Team Terror Shock Collectors.
Yeah, very, like, Dream Witch, very nice job from Angel, like, showing just how strong Dream Witch is, and especially on a map like Arms Factory, with the way she was sneaking up on some of the survivors and surprising them.
And so to rehash what's going on, for the first round between Soup and Terror Shot Collectors, we saw 3 points going to Soups and 1 point going to Terror Shot Collectors. And then the round we just saw, which was round 2 for them, we saw 5 points for Team Soup and 0 points for Team Terror Shot Collectors. So in total, right now, Soups has 8 points and Terror Shot Collectors have 1 point, but we will be moving into, I think, 1 Hunter band and 2 Survivor bands.
Yeah.
So there's still time for each side to get any number of points.
Yeah, definitely. There's still quite a bit that can happen. So we'll see how this goes.
Mm-hmm.
So for this round,
It looks like
it'll be Terror Shot Collector's Hunting first, if I'm not wrong.
I do not know.
No, never mind. I guess there's
No, yeah. Terror Shot Collectors will be playing Survivor, and then Soups will be hunting.
all right. Yeah.
With BMO will be their hunter this time, and they main Feaster and Bloody Queen, while they have a secondary as Ripper.
Mm-hmm. Very strong hunters. And I think we'll most likely be seeing the same survivors unless they make a substitution for Haley.
Mm-hmm.
But so far, yeah, it looks like it might be the same survivors.
Yeah.
We'll
So right
see.
now we're just waiting for everybody to be invited and be able to check in. So yeah, we are having one hunter banned, two survivor banned for this round.
Yeah.
And we do not know the map yet, but we will keep you guys posted, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they still haven't picked the map yet. I think they want to wait for everyone to get in.
Yep.
Almost there.
Yep. So in the meantime, anybody have any questions, any comments that they would like to, I don't know, say in chat?
Oh, it does look like they're making a substitution and getting Haley in to survive. And she mains Seer and Perfumer with secondary mains of Enchantress, Prisoner, Mercenary, and Mechanic. So a very diverse survivor lineup.
Mm-hmm. And the map will be Red Church this time. So.
All right. So. Looks like they might be banning Bloody Queen for.
Mm-hmm. Or Feaster. There's two options.
Both are his mains. So. It depends on what.
I don't know about this gamekeeper. Oh, does Feaster? People are like, please ban Feaster. Is this gonna be it? Oh.
It looks like they were suggesting to ban Feaster, but Gamekeeper was banned in the end.
Don't know about that. We'll see what's happened with that. But this
Sure
look like BMO.
Or if it was intentional.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Mercenary and Seer are getting banned for the survivors.
Yep.
Yeah, so it looks, since neither of his listed mains were banned, it looks like BMO can go for either Bloody Queen or Feaster and might be choosing Bloody Queen.
Mm-hmm. And so it looks like Yonji will probably be playing Perfumer. We do see a Gravekeeper possibly being played. And the other two are still undecisive, so we will be waiting for them. Also, someone had asked, is it true Dream Wish is getting another nerf? Don't know if it was from this last maintenance.
This last update, yeah. So the nerf that Dreamwitch got is that basically now the self-cleansing time decreases with each eliminated survivor. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, so resolved in the game chat, but they misclicked and banned Gamekeeper, but they did in the end decide to ban Feaster, so BMO is bringing out his Bloody Queen.
So we might see an Enchantress, you know, a lovely Enchantress. I do like seeing Enchantress, although I do joke about how she's a brain dead serve in the sense that she's very easy to use. She's the equivalent, in my opinion, to Bloody Queen. She's easy to use and typically used because of their ease and ability to either for Enchantress to kite the hunter pretty well, and then Bloody Queen to get survivors down pretty quickly.
Yeah, but with a lot of the hunters that are meta right now, Enchantress is actually strongly countered by many of them, especially someone like Bloody Queen who can just mirror on top of her and hit her from far away without her being able to get stacks, like as she kites.
What kind of tournament is this? Yeah, what Nitro said, it's a Koa style point tournament. It's through Discord. A group of us have decided to make. It's not official. IDV tournament, and we do see. Yes, I love to see this.
Nice. I haven't seen anyone play with it yet, so I'm very happy to see it. It's so pretty.
It is so pretty.
The stream unfortunately did not hear us talking before the tournament about how beautiful all of Bloody Queen skins are.
Yeah.
And how much we like them. Looks like she does leave the Gravekeeper after baiting out his shovel. So now he'll only have one more shovel to use, and has found the Perfumer now.
And we don't know what build she's running per se, but we do know that she does have teleport, so she's probably a up-down build, or I don't know, it could be anything really.
Ooh, she does land the Perfume. Personally, I really like Perfumer is a really good counter to Bloody Queen, and but it's very difficult to. Oh, looks like she teleported onto the Gardener, who no longer has her shield. But Perfumer can be like really easy or really difficult, or a bit more difficult to kite Bloody Queen as, because Bloody Queen has a relatively slow attack, so she's easier to instant Perfume against. Really nice palette stone. But also, if she is able to get the basic hit on you without her mirror, she can instantly mirror on top of you before you have time to get your Perfume back, which is very difficult. So,
ooh, nice hit. She was able to place her mirror correctly and get the Gardener down to one hit. And it looks like Enchantresses. We're seeing a slight pause because we think that maybe the Bloody Queen is having slight connection issues. But we shall see what happens. In the meantime, let's everybody gush over the Bloody Queen skin.
So pretty.
It is so pretty.
Bloody Queen did recently, along with the Dream Witch nerf, a lot of adjustments came in. There was the Doctor buff, the Dancer buff / adjustment, and Bloody Queen also got her nerf, where although overall the timing of the mirror and everything, the entire time that it all takes, with the mirror and yeah. All right.
Yeah.
She. Yeah, it looks like there's some ping issues from the Hunter's side, so they're trying to quickly resolve that so that they can get back in. But yeah, Bloody Queen did get nerfed. So although overall the timing is the same, her mirror lasts less time, and so instead that time goes into the cooldown now. And also her movement speed is slightly slower it's 2%,
I think, slower. So
yeah. But the skin is so
It's-
pretty.
It is so pretty.
All of her skins are gorgeous, honestly. Like, her S tiers are amazing. Her A tier is also beautiful.
Mm-hmm. To note, the dancer adjustment was that now her fast boxes only affect herself and fellow survivors, and her slow box only affects the hunter. And they did adjust the percentages for how much the slow box affects the hunter and how much the fast box affects the survivors, just to balance it out a little bit more.
Yeah.
And the doctor adjustment was that now she heals herself in quarters instead of fully, and it takes a less amount of time. So instead of 10 seconds, I think it takes only 5 seconds for her to heal herself the quarter damage, and she's able to take 2 hits depending on which hunter she's facing against.
Yeah, it's like she heals the same, like it's like the same speed for healing overall, but since it's like split up into healing a quarter at a time, the healing time is also split up, so it's just 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that does make her a lot stronger now against single hit characters, and especially I saw a video recently of a very good doctor player, but a doctor player. She was playing against the Bloody Queen, and she'd force the Bloody Queen to use her mirror. She'd take a hit with the mirror, and then run as far as she can, and then heal up like a quarter of the damage.
So we are back into the gameplay now. Looks like she solved her connection issues and is able to get the hit off on the gardener. So this will be Gardner's first chair, and there's
one cipher remaining though.
Yeah.
So that puts the Bloody Queen in a very difficult situation. Look at that carry animation.
Yes, she has accessory too. So she does have the carry animation, which is new as well. This is part of the Belladonna package.
Yeah, very nice. It looks like the Enchantress might be going for the save. She is running Tide Turner. So it looks like she'll try to be supporting as much as she can. Maybe like trying to get some stuns to support the Gardener.
She's able to get the double hits on both the Enchantress and the Gardener, and is going to be pushing the survivors off of the cipher.
Yeah, the cipher is almost primed, and it looks like the cipher is primed now. And I'm not sure if the perfumer ran away to try to make it seem like it's not quite primed yet. It looks like they're decoding a new cipher now.
Yeah, and it looks like the Bloody Queen is going to go and see where the down survivors are, so she can try to pick them up and chair them.
But the Gravekeeper is at the primed cipher, and they do call for a pop since she isn't really near anyone at the moment.
And to note, both the Gardener and Enchantress, I think, did pick themselves up, so if they do get down, they won't be able to pick themselves up again.
Yeah. It looks like she's gonna mirror towards the gate. Yeah, so she finds the Enchantress, who, if she stalls enough time, can get quite a few stacks and get some distance, but for now it looks like all she's trying to do is like buy as much time as she can for her teammates to get to the other side of the map, open the gate, and get out. So no one is at the gate yet, but looks like the perfumer is opening it now. But the teleport's back up, so.
Ooh, she's able to get this hit through the pallet, so that will be 2 people down at the moment, but Bloody Queen still has yet to Chair the Perfumer or the Enchantress. So this
Yeah,
would be
but
their
the
first chairs.
Enchantress has used her self-heal already, so she will be... So the Gravekeeper is going in to pick her up while she's mirroring back to that gate, it looks like. Or more towards the survivors that are healing.
Because they knew that the Enchantress wasn't able to pick herself up, so the Gravekeeper went to go try to assist in that way, but does end up going down here.
Yeah. It looks like Enchantress is trying to rescue the Gravekeeper.
The Perfumer, yeah.
But the Bloody Queen is going back and mirroring there.
Ooh, she is able to have a 3-stack ready to stun the Hunter.
And the Gardener is going to save the grave. Yeah, the survivors are doing a really nice job of spreading out and then making sure to rescue each other. Detention is out now.
Yeah, but 3 survivors are injured at the moment, so, and 2 of them do not have their self-pick ability, but the gate is indeed open, so it looks like...
I'm surprised she didn't use her teleport.
Yep.
But now the Perfumer is the last one. We'll see if she is able to get Dungeon or the gate, or if not. It looks like the Bloody Queen doesn't quite know where she is right now. So if she keeps on, if she's very careful and she did get the crit.
So it looks like it might be able to get 1 point if she's able to down this Perfumer.
Yeah.
But to note, Perfumer does indeed have running left-right, so she was able to get both speed boosts from the pallet and the window.
Yeah, so she'll be doing her best to kite here, but the Bloody Queen's just trying to cut her off from Dungeon because she can waste as much time as she needs to get her down as long as she doesn't let her go towards the Dungeon. And it looks like she does go down here to the mirror.
And so it looks like this will be 1 point for Team Soups and 3 points for Team Terror Shock Collectors.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Bloody Queen did get kited for quite a long time, but she did almost bring that around. She got that very nice double hit on the Gardener and Enchantress after that rescue. And then the end game was played very well.
And the survivors did well by splitting up and pretty much pulling the Bloody Queen in 2 different directions, being able to get 3 survivors out at that point towards the end of the game. So for this next round, we will be seeing I think Terror Shock Collectors will be playing Hunter.
Yeah.
And yeah, Soups will be playing Survivor.
So if they're playing, so yeah, Terror Shock Collectors do have another Hunter. I'm not sure if they're still playing Frosty or if they're going to put in their other Hunter.
We shall see. They decide to sub them in. But to note, substitutes are typically for emergency situations only, and teams were supposed to be getting in who they would be hunting for each round.
It looks like Frosty Flakes is hunting again. So we'll see if their Soul Weaver gets banned, we'll most likely see Ripper. or maybe someone else. If not, we might be seeing Spider again. And we'll see the Survivor team.
Also to note, this will be 1 Hunter ban and 2 Survivor bans, because this is the 4th round for Team Soups versus Team Terror Shot Collectors. The first 2 rounds are 1 Survivor ban. The second 2 rounds are 1 Hunter ban and 2 Survivor bans. And then the third pair of rounds will be, I think, 2 Hunter bans and 3 Survivor bans. So. And right now we're waiting to see who's going to be the 4th Survivor for Team Soup. And
it look like Terror Shot Collectors is going to have their other hunter come in. I think their name is B. They're a Mad Eyes main, but they also play Ripper, Wu Chang, Gamekeeper, and Bonbon. So we'll see how that goes.
And for right now, it looks like Angel Soup will be playing Survivor for Team Soup, and they are a Merc main and a Gravekeeper, as well as a Barmaid main, interestingly enough, as their secondary. And then Sean Soup, again, we mentioned earlier, but I will reiterate, they are Priestess and Perfumer main, while secondaries and Enchantress and Doctor. They are the 61st Priestess and 80th Perfumer. And then Sai Soup is a Seer Mercenary main, and they have secondaries and Prisoner and Mechanic, as well as they are the 38th Seer, and they have a B badge and Mercenary. And it looks like we're looking for the 4th member for Soup, but B will be indeed hunting for Team Terror Shot Collectors.
Yeah.
And the Love Crime will be the 4th member for Team Soup. And Love Crime mains Perfumer and Coordinator. Their secondaries are Seer and Forward, and they are the 87th Chord. They're a B Perfumer and a C Forward. So we shall see who will get banned from both sides. And we're just waiting at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested to see. It looks like they might be banning Wu Chang for B. I'm not sure if they like.
Seems like
Interested to see like if they don't know about their main, or if they're just more scared of the Wu Chang than the Mad Eyes.
Yeah, map is indeed a red church to note. So we shall see if Mad Eyes gets utilized.
Like a Seer and Priestess ban.
Yeah, which are common bans. Priest is not as much on smaller maps because she isn't able to do as many long portals and being able to space out as much. But it might be is it a target ban? No, I don't think any of these.
Not sure if it's necessarily a target ban, but I think especially, well, on this map, she can provide very good kiting support.
Yeah.
And also, especially if he does go Mad Eyes, Priestess can counter the trapping
Yeah.
with the walls, and generally is very annoying for a Mad Eyes player.
Yep. And so it looks like we'll be seeing Gravekeeper, Merc, and Cord being a 3 rescuer team comp, and Perfumer as a 4th member of the team. Typically, 2 or more rescuers are considered meta, because again, the meta has changed from being Cypher Rush back when the mechanic still before her nerf, and is now changed to buying as much time as possible. So you'll see more slow decoders and rescue characters with Tide being able to buy time for their teammates, as well as seeing more harasser characters like Forward Wilding or Forward Wilding or Cowboy, being able to buy time for their teammates.
Yeah. I think mechanic is actually still very often used in the other servers. In our server, I think people are still kind of working around figuring out how to best use her with her nerf, like how to change up the gameplay. But she can provide pretty good Cypher Rush for a triple rescue team when she's played correctly. So it looks like we are seeing a Mad Eyes, which I'm very excited to see. Like, you don't see that very often.
Yeah.
But he's a very strong hunter. And
used correctly, it can be very scary. Being able to trap survivors into certain locations where they cannot get out or they'll be forced to take damage that could possibly down them. It's like they're able to get Perfumer to half health because she wasn't able to perfume the quarter damages, and looks like she will be transitioning out of there with the coordinator by her side.
And it looks like he did spot bomb. So now the Perfumer will be forced to fight. She might ask for the coordinator to flare, get some distance. Yeah. And so that gives a really good opportunity for the Perfumer to really transition and get into the back gate area of the map, and just generally making her way towards Graveyard, which is a very strong area. And it looks like she mentioned to the mercenary where she's heading and started decoding the console to help her kiting so that she can't get cut off, and then for him to decode peacefully. Although he will get forced off his cipher momentarily.
Because it seems like the Mad Eyes is still after the Perfumer. Although he lost her, he's going to try to be, it looks like, cutting off people's decoding.
That cipher pressure. I'm also trying to find the Perfumer. And he does teleport to the coordinator.
It seems like he's probably an up-down build because he does have faster pallet breaking speed, but there are a lot of Mad Eyes players that don't run detention. Instead,
it does look like he might be running detention. He might be running detention because of not only the fast pallet breaking speed, but the fact that he's running teleport instead of a different trait. Often you don't see teleport as a primary trait unless the hunter does not have trait switch. So yeah, right now it looks like he's after the coordinator. Just trying to not get those walls.
She did a very good job at dodging that, and is doing her best to try to migrate to a location where the walls will not be getting her, because she is one wall away from being downed.
Yeah. Looks like the perfumer was trying to decode the console to make sure that it wouldn't affect her decoding or the coordinator, but she did take a hit in the process. Yeah, the Mad Eyes is doing a really good job getting chip damage on a lot of the survivors, but he is having trouble
Actually,
getting it down.
yeah.
Which is where Mad Eyes really shines the most, because his camping is very
Strong.
very strong. If you're not there pretty much the moment that the survivor is chaired, it is often very difficult to even get to the chair to touch it.
Yeah.
Looks like he is teleporting. And the Gravekeeper's killing the mercenary. It looks like he's continuing to try to like get walls off and get some damage while camping the cipher to not really let the survivors decode it.
Yeah, but they do have 2 ciphers remaining, with the Chords cipher being almost done, and the Gravekeeper and Mercenary are working on the cipher where the dungeon is in what's considered broken reception or lower breakables, depending on certain people's terminology.
The perfumer is staying near the backgate cipher so that she's not allowing him to leave it, since it's pretty significantly work done. She looks like she is decoding it right now.
So I'm just trying to put a little bit of pressure on that while putting pressure on Cord. But he does need to get a kill off on one of these survivors to possibly get a point, because there is one survivor cipher remaining. And looks like Perfumer Cipher is almost done. She's right near the Mad Eye, so she needs to be careful of him possibly downing her or getting a wall hit. But it looks like he decided to teleport to the cipher that Mark, Accord, and Gravekeeper were working on originally. And it looks like Perfumer's cipher is primed, so she was waiting for the hit to go off, but because Merc has delayed healing, popping it right there would not give him borrowed time, so she wasn't popping it at that point. And this looks like Core does go down by a wall, but Perfumer does pop the cipher, allowing Core to get up and then transition away from Mad Eyes. And like we were saying earlier, it looks like Mad Eyes is an up-down build. He does have retention, and is trying to get at least one survivor down with his walls.
I'm gonna fade back into existence here while dealing with stuff. So, with him running up, down, and down, it means he gets attention, but it means also that he has not as much mobility in his chase. Because honestly, the meta for Mad Eyes is either to run a pure right build or pure right chase and run max hunt to help with your chase and make it a lot easier, and then run a blink or blink it for both sides of the site. And then switch teleport
Yeah, he's trying to get this hit off on Cord, because she is one wall away from being down, but it looks like it will. Oh, he teleports here, so and it looks like Gravekeeper is underneath the shovel and gets past Mad Eye, so this would be 5 points for Team Soups, and then 0 points for Team Terror Shock Collector.
Yeah.
I fade away again. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
All right, 2 more matches.
And to note, these next 2 matches will be a 2 survivor ban and a 3 survivor ban and a 2 hunter ban.
Yeah.
And right now the point total is 4 for Terra Shot Collectors and 14 for Soups.
Yeah.
So if Terra Shot Collectors is able to get 5 points for these next 2 rounds, it will be tied up.
Otherwise,
the Soups will be moving on into the next round.
Yeah.
Into the finals, which will be tomorrow. So please stay tuned in when that happens. But right now we will be seeing Frosty playing Hunters for Team Terra Shot Collectors, and the map choice will be RNG, which will be Moonlit River Park. And right now we're waiting for the 4th Soup member to join us. But those at home, remember, let me reiterate, tomorrow is the finals, and the teams moving on tomorrow will be Team Lucky Guy OP, and from the first bracket, and then from the second bracket we'll be seeing Team Wyvern moving on into the finals tomorrow. So this is the last brackets and game rounds for today. And again, points are 14 for Soups and for Terra Shot Collectors, and they need to get 5 points for these next 2 rounds to possibly tie going in.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, so it seems like Gamma is still having ping issues, so Angel is going to be substituting for them.
Yeah. Okay. So, we are seeing Moonlit, and it's an interesting map choice. All things considering, Frosty does play Sweeper and Ripper, but again, we don't know if they might bring out a Wu-Chang or Bloody Queen or a Dream
You never
Witch.
know.
Okay, we are only told what they secondary or main. They might pull out a random hunter that they have underneath their belt as an arsenal tool.
Yeah, it looks like the survivors might be banning Wu Chang, since it is Moonlight, and Soul Weaver, which was his main. So I won't be surprised if we see Frosty playing Ripper here.
Yeah.
And it is a good map for him. Like, there's a lot of it's difficult to keep the map pressure, but in terms of his chase, there's a lot of very good places to foggy through or over.
And for the survivor bands, we see Merc, Priestess, and Seer, which is typical survivor bands, especially with it being Moonlit. You want to get rid of Priestess being able to do long portals and set up portals for her teammates around the map. Seer being able to body block with an owl, and then Merc, his delayed healing, being the best rescuer in the game. So it forces people to play off rescuers, which is difficult on this map, especially as a majority of the survivors spawn on one side of the map and one of them spawns on the other side of the map and they get downed over there. It could end up having the survivor be saved after half or not saved at all.
So it looks like for the survivors, there might be a perfumer, And they're still all selecting, so I don't need to say too much. But it does look like Frosty might be pulling out their Ripper. Yeah, Perfumer. Acrobat would definitely be a very good choice for this map. There's a lot of great places where he can use his bombs, and it can be very difficult for the majority of hunters to chase an Acrobat at a place like first stop or fourth stop.
Mhm.
So it does look like they're going with 2 rescuers and 2 kiters.
Mhm. And it seems like he's going to be playing his Ripper.
Mhm.
But we shall see.
Still deciding. They might make a change.
Yeah. But it looks like we're waiting for all the serves to ready up, so then the hunter can ready up and choose based on that.
Yeah. Yeah. It does look like we're going to be seeing Frosty playing Ripper against that team.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's get right into it. Yeah, so it looks like we could get the 2-story spawn, and we'll most likely find the Perfumer first.
Yep.
Yeah, so Perfumer is gonna have to immediately start kiting before anyone really gets to their ciphers. And she's gonna have to stall out quite a bit of time with forward and first officer being such slow decoders. Oh.
That was good on her part, being able to perfume back that hit knowing the Ripper is going to try to foggy through the pallet being down.
Yeah. But that was a very nice foggy that he got it down. So he got it on. Answer second perfume. But he does have his foggy up now, so this is a very risky position for him since it's going he is invisible now. Well, he was going invisible. It's very difficult to see at times. So all of our perfumes have been used up.
Yeah, so Perfumer takes this hit now and is going to try to transition to a better area. Intent, there is these 2 pallets that one can throw down and then make a long wall. But she instead decides to go away, and he decides to chase Acrobat instead.
Yeah. The ciphers are going very slowly. Nice job from the Acrobat getting that pallets done. He is bringing the 100 to the forward cipher, but it doesn't look like the hunter's going to chase him very much. And he does go straight to first stop, which is a very difficult place to chase at. The firebomb did cancel out his foggy.
Looks like Perfumer did find a syringe in one of the chests, so she's going to be healing herself up and will not be relying on her teammates to come all the way across the map to possibly heal her, which will buy them time for them to be able to decode. So it looks like he did also transition to the forward, because chasing Acrobat around one of the stops is not the best idea, since he's able to loop it.
Very difficult place to chase an Acrobat at if you don't have any way. Like, I mean, pretty much, like, the only one that really counters that is Geisha.
Yeah.
Since she can dash through, but it's very difficult for most hunters to counter that. He did land a very nice foggy on the forward, but the forward does still have a lot of his football, so he's going to use that to get to a good area. Just barely misses that foggy blade.
And does decide to put down his keepers so that Forward has a little bit of a tougher time trying to loop this area.
Yeah. Looks like first officer is almost done with another cipher, and Perfumer's decoding. Well, Acrobat went down to his last cipher. So, yeah, Perfumer's cipher's almost primed. So she'll probably be waiting for him to call for a pop.
And it's like Acrobat's going to be the one popping instead, and that Perfumer's going to transition to the gate, knowing that Acrobat's a slower gate opener.
Yeah, that was really nice recognition from the survivors. And Forward just trying to continue to stall time and bait out the Ripper's abilities so that he can have an easier time fighting afterwards. He has all of his football though.
Yeah, and Ripper unfortunately wasn't able to get the Foggy Blade hit on the Forward to then get a basic attack hit on him to down him again, but he is on the chase and is going to instead teleport to the last stop, knowing that they're probably there, and gets the hit on the Perfumer.
And decided to not chase after the first officer since he used his watch, but does get the Perfumer down while the Forward and Acrobat go to the other gate. First officer and Forward should still have tied since no one has been chaired until now. So the first officer might be trying to sneak a save. If he does that, both he and the Perfumer will be able to get out safely, and it will likely be a four-man escape. Yeah. Does get a hit on both of them, but due to the tide turner, they will both be able to escape. And
looks like this will be another 5 points for Team Soup.
Yeah.
So the Ripper did really well with trying to land his Foggies to ensure that he was able to get the speed boost, because the Foggy Trail does allow the Ripper to move faster, as well as when he's invisible, he moves at a faster pace. And he was able to get those hits off. However, he did end up deciding to transition away from the Perfumer and go after the Acrobat, and Acrobat was able to make his way to first stop. And typically one does not want to chase a Acrobat at first stop and then having to deal with Forward with his full football chasing him around wasn't ideal. So they were able to get the ciphers primed, and because the chair was not as far away from the gate and the gate was open by the first officer, Team Soup was able to pull off a 4-man escape, because Tide Turner, as well as the speed boost from getting hit, was able to get them to the exit gate in time.
I fade back into existence.
Hello, Nitro.
Hello. So Wind had to end up leaving. Now that was like a game by both teams. I think freaking I gotta go through. Frosty could have done, I think, a little bit better. Is I think probably not even having peepers, because it was such a big map. It would have been actually better just either switch to and just start with Blink instead. Or just go up down teleport was also an option, but I think running Blink would have been better instead of starting off with peepers. Now we have BMO hunting for Soups against Tear Shot Collectors, BMO mating Feaster, Bloody Queen, and Ripper. So we might see Bloody Queen here because they are banning Feaster and Wu Chang.
And the forever bans will be Merc, Seer, and Priestess, as seen before.
BMO might actually go Ripper because of it being Moonlit, which is Ripper's best map. As his Foggy Blade, it's quite open, and the Foggy Blades do go through the carousels.
Oh, they do. Interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah, they go through the carousels. They can't go through like the center of it, but they go through the main parts of the carousel.
Okay.
If he goes Gamekeeper, the hook will also go through too.
Yeah. Gamekeeper's hook. Gamekeeper, I would say this is one of his better maps, especially since it's super open and a lot of the walls are short in the sense of that they don't have height to them. And
Right.
Gamekeeper is able to hook over pretty much all the walls, and pull survivors to him.
Okay. Trying to go through all this since I'm pulled in now. But overall, it's like that wasn't a terrible game. It was like it seemed very one-sided, but it's like they all like both teams did their very best, and they had some really good plays too.
Yeah.
Overall, it's like I think Soups is with 19 points right now, and Tear Shot Collectors is with 4.
Yeah.
So it's very much like a very good clean sweep, almost a pure clean sweep for Stoops and Soups, but Tear Shot Collectors were able to get some points off of them, so what is to avoid a pure clean sweep.
But it does look like they might be playing Bloody Queen, because Mula is not such a bad map for her.
But the bridges do screw her over.
Yeah, they do.
The river screws her over quite a lot. Now we are going to be seeing forward Penguin running Prisoner, Yoongi running Perfumer, and Reneri running Gardener. Still going through all these. Too many docs.
But to recap a little bit, let me go to this. So Tear Shot Collectors, which will be playing Survivor. Their mains are Reneri does main Gardener, so you do see them playing Gardener today. Penguin Kais does play Seer and Prisoner, and I think they're playing Prisoner right now.
Yes, they are.
And then Yeonji is a Perfumer, Doctor, Lawyer main. And so they're playing their main Perfumer.
And then their fourth Survivor, which I don't know how to say the name. They are Mercenary main, but they do secondary on forward.
Yeah, and they are playing forward.
We do get to see the Gamekeeper gameplay. Ooh.
Yes.
And they have the accessory as well. Now we can't see BMO's build, so we can't commentate on that, but it would be most likely he's running a down right build, which is the most common, and possibly Control Freak, as his camping. He needs to rely on his camping quite a lot.
And Prisoner does get spotted by the peepers, so they're playing Ring Around the Rosie with the Gamekeeper around this one area.
And Prisoner got caught out without a stun as well, so he's just default, pretty much a lucky guy kiting with just no chess at this point. Now, Prisoner is running left-right snooze, but he is running cold, drawbridge, and distress. Now, cold makes sense to run on Prisoner mainly because it's like he has a harder time to detect the heartbeat coming towards him. The hunter needs to be closer before the Prisoner can actually hear the heartbeat.
Yeah, and it looks like they're transitioning into two-story or funhouse, as some people call it. And we'll see if the Gamekeeper is able to get the hook off. Oh, nope. They're not able to get this hook off, but it is a common strat for Gamekeepers to try to hook someone as they're vaulting that window and be able to pull them to them instead.
Yeah, and get the terror shock for a down instead of attack recovery. Now, Perfumer and Forward are both running tied. Forward running tied because it's forward. Now, Forward does end up missing the stun, but he is nearby to help Prisoner still. However, Gamekeeper did get a presence level up, so he does have his hook already back. And that was a nice dodge by Forward there.
So it looks like he's going back to Prisoners, going to chair and hopes that Forward was... Oh.
Ooh. Forward got a little impatient there, not waiting for the pickup animation. Because honestly, as Forward, you really want to Like you don't want to be looking at the hunter. You want to look at the top right, look at the survivor, and see the status change to a balloon instead of being on the ground. That is honestly a lot better to do. It's more reliable than facing the hunter, because the hunter could have an emote like Wu Chang threaten and like fake out a pickup.
Yeah. But also, I think it was also that the forward was so far away, he didn't want to possibly miss the stun on the pickup. So he did Leo a little bit earlier instead of being patient and waiting to see.
Yes, shark bites in here. Now Gardner is running a left-right will survive build. I honestly believe Gardner should be running a snooze build because she does get the built-in longer chair time, and then breaking the chair as well makes it even longer, up to a max of 20%. And if you're running snooze, you pretty much are on chair as long as a mercenary. So I think it's honestly a little bit better for her to just run snooze instead. Just waste hunter time, especially if you went down early. Ward is gonna get hooked here, and he did try to dash away, but ended up just running into BMO.
Yep. And this is he's gonna pick him up, knowing there's no more harasser characters to possibly thwart getting this prisoner onto a chair.
Now Gardner does have the last Cypher. The Cypher is quite close. Like, this is an issue with Gamekeeper. He doesn't have a lot of map pressure, so he can't stop any Cypher rushing, Cypher progress, or anything like that. And so that's why a lot of Gamekeepers will run Peepers, so that if they do get a hook off on someone and they're in the Peeper area, they can literally just wait it and just have them slow down so much.
So looks like they were able to get this rescue off. And they will be popping the ciphers here. And look, I think Ford picked himself just before the cipher was popped, so he's not full health.
I think in that situation, BMO very much should have... Ooh, and they are hitting second stop as well. Well, so they will be going to third stop all the way. I think in that situation for BMO, he very much should have just targeted a Perfumer instead. Because it just down her with the hook and then immediately swing as soon as they pop Cypher. It would have been a lot better of a situation. And now Forward and Prisoner are both running to first stop. And stop while Perfumer opens the gate, and Gardner moves all the way to last station.
Yep.
Gardner does have high choosing in Koa. It's because she is quite a good survivor with the bubble 50-second bubble, as well as just her increased chair time and her being able to break the chairs as well to increase other people's chair times. She's quite a good survivor. A lot of people do sleep on her thinking she's quite bad or useless.
It looks like we will be seeing 3 points going to Team Terrashot Collectors, and then 1 point going to Team Soup. And this will leave us off with
20 points for Soups.
And 7 points for Team Terrashot Collector.
Yeah, it's like good job to really both teams. They did, and every team really did their best, and they all did some really good plays. It was quite fun to watch and commentate.
Yeah, indeed. To note, this was the last round for today. We will be seeing Team Soup moving on into the next round for tomorrow, which is the finals. So please stay tuned and check back in tomorrow around the same time for the finale.
Tomorrow will be finals with Lucky Guy OP, right? It's Lucky Guy OP,
Wyvern, and Team Soup.
Team Soup, yep. So just to recap the amount of points for every team. Lucky Guy OP had 17 points. We tried with 8, Yes with 6, Wyvern with 21, Soups with 20, and Terrashot Collectors with 7. We hope you all enjoyed the tournament and day 1 of tournament, and we hope to see you all tomorrow at the finals.
Yes. This is Krazoo signing out, as well as Nitro.
We'll see you all later.